Chapter 548. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. It was easy to understand if it was something else. After all, it was chickens and ducks. With Li Qingxian saying this, Li Shimin suddenly thought of an idea. That's right. The chickens and ducks of the Tang dynasty were now idle, and they needed food to feed them. However, food was what the Tang dynasty lacked. Now, no one would want these things even if they were given away. Why? Wasn't it because there was no food to feed them? Looking at the fat and strong chickens and ducks, Li Shimin instantly patted his head. It was also very good to mince all the chickens and ducks and put them in the porridge. Not only could it reduce the amount of food, but it could also let people eat meat and increase their physical strength. This Fengzi really could come up with a brilliant idea. Little Gizi, write an edict. Tell all the prefectures to follow the standard of giving porridge. Add 5 chickens and ducks to each pot. They must use as much food as they need. Whoever dares to embezzle food will be executed by me. Little Gizi hurriedly bowed. As you wish. Go on. While speaking, Li Shimin glanced at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian said with a constipated expression, Father, you forgot 2 things. Fengzi not only wants chickens and ducks, but also pigs. He wants all the pigs that you are going to burn. And he wants a blacksmith. Tell me, these 2 things are completely unrelated. This Fengzi, if he is not crazy, then what is he? This, Li Shimin was also dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what Zhang Feng was thinking now. Although the pork is a bit smelly, at the very least, it can still be swallowed by the commoners during the famine if it's processed. But why did he want a blacksmith? Did he want to open a course in this field in the academy? Li Shimin couldn't understand Zhang Feng's current approach. Perhaps Fengzi really was crazy. However, the 20,000 dawn of grain and the porridge distribution event had solved Li Shimin's big problem. Although he didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do, Li Shimin simply didn't think about it anymore. After all, he knew that this kid wouldn't do that kind of loss-making business. Perhaps he was holding back some evil thoughts in his heart. All right, I understand. Just do as Zhang Feng says for the time being. Although that kid seems a little unreliable, the things involved are really things that you need to learn seriously. You may leave. Yes. Your son will take his leave. Li Qingxian smiled bitterly. He knew this would happen. However, if she didn't inform Imperial Father, there would definitely be a big problem when the time came. At the very least, it would make Imperial Father feel at ease. However, just as Li Qingxian walked out of the Imperial study and arrived at the Imperial garden, he bumped into Li Yuan, who was sitting on a gauze curtain and strolling blindly. The moment Li Yuan saw Li Qingxian, he hurriedly waved his hand. Gone. Come. Li Qingxian was startled when he heard this and hastily went forward to pay his respects. Imperial grandson Qingxian greets retired emperor. Ha, all right. This is the Imperial garden. There's no need for such mortal etiquette. I seem to have been startled. I haven't seen you for almost a month. Kid, you haven't come to my place for a month. What have you been busy with? This Imperial grandson has recently been learning things in the academy opened by brother Zhang Feng, so I forgot to pay my respects to retired emperor. Please forgive me, retired emperor. Ha, that kid. Li Yuan laughed brightly. Afterwards, he got off the carriage and walked into the pavilion in the middle of the lake in the Imperial garden. He sat opposite Li Qingxian. Just as the 2 of them sat down, a palace maid brought over fruits from Zhenla. Gone. Tell me about that kid Zhang Feng. What has he been up to recently? Didn't I hear that kid bought that piece of land in Shao Mountain and even set up some white deer college there? How is it now? This. Replying to retired emperor, everything is proceeding smoothly. Then there's the recruitment of students. I have high hopes for this academy. This impenetrable shield and that indestructible spear, I really want them. When the time comes, I'll also go to the academy. If I can become a teacher, that would be pretty good. Ha. All right. It's rare to see you. Come. Let's play. Li Qingxian was speechless. Li Yuan waved his hand. In an instant, several of his concubines swayed their waists and walked over. They sat opposite Li Yuan and Li Qingxian. The current poker cards not only far surpassed the quality of the first time he played cards with Zhang Feng in the tavern. Although they were also made of paper, at the very least, they were more durable. With all the cards in place, Li Yuan seemed to have gotten a good hand. He urged these people to play while saying, "Why did you enter the palace this time? Did that kid run into some kind of trouble? You're a dignified crown prince. Don't look for your father for everything. After all, he's worried about the food shortage." Imperial grandson remembers retired emperor's teachings. It's just that kid stockpiled 20,000 dawn of food and prepared to give out porridge at White Deer College. He also needs the tens of thousands of chickens, ducks, and pigs that Chang'an has stockpiled. He also needs a carpenter. That's why Imperial grandson can't make a decision, so I looked for father to make a decision. Hearing this, Li Yuan was instantly stunned. What did you say? Chapter 549. Li Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He had seen people who were out of tune before, but he had never seen someone so out of tune. You said you were awesome and daring with 20,000 dan of grain to give out porridge. You wanted chickens, ducks, and pigs. These were all small matters. It could be said that you helped the emperor solve a big problem. After all, those things consumed an astronomical amount of grain in a day. But what did you want a blacksmith for? At this moment, Li Yuan's poker game was no longer as fragrant. He really wanted to know if this Feng Zi had really gone crazy. A few days ago, he heard that the emperor had issued a decree praising his White Deer College. Moreover, it had only been a few days. Logically speaking, if it was someone else, wouldn't they be laughing in their sleep? But this kid? He always did things so unconventionally. Who was Li Yuan? With a slight turn of his head, he understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He was just trying to build up the reputation of his new academy. But you're just trying to create momentum. What are you trying to do by creating these things? Could it be that you want to? Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at Li Qingxian's crotch. In an instant, Li Qingxian's face turned red. Ha, fine, I won't tease you anymore. If you are busy, you can go do it. When I'm free, I will sign a contract with the White Deer Academy and stay there for a period of time. I heard from Mr. Yuan that the White Deer Academy is a good place to nurture outstanding talents. Find a good place for me to build a villa. That little brat won my villa. Imperial grandson will remember. Li Yuan waved his hand and spread out the cards in his hand. He said, "But we won this round. Pay up. Li Qingxian finally escaped from Li Yuan's evil clutches. As soon as he returned to the Eastern Palace, he saw Qing Chumo and the others. They were already waiting there and arguing about something. Seeing Li Qingxian enter, they hurriedly asked, "How was it? Did the emperor say yes?" Li Qingxian sat down on the soft couch. He said, "What can he say? Of course he allowed it. However, what's Feng Zi up to this time? He wants that Saw Zhu and some blacksmith. I don't understand at all. Isn't that so? I just met Shuyu's father and asked him about it." When Wei Shuyu and the others heard this, they hurriedly asked, "Then what did Prime Minister Wei say?" Du Go shrugged. "What else can I say? At that time, my father and the others were all there. When I said that, they all laughed. What else could they say? Right now, all they can think about is food. They don't know what Feng Zi wants to do. Alas. Motherf asterisk Ker, this Feng Zi is going to do something big this time." They instantly sat down on the chairs. Li Qingxian rubbed his forehead. "Shuyu, go to the Department of Internal Servants tomorrow morning and ask if there are any old eunuchs who want to return home recently, or those who have just returned home. Don't forget this matter. Bring him to see me tomorrow, I want to." Wei Shuyu glanced at Li Qingxian. Don't you know to call your little eunuch to the Department of Internal Servants? Why must you wait until tomorrow morning? Aren't you tired? Li Qingxian slapped his forehead. Someone come. Quickly take the Crown Prince's order to the Department of Internal Servants and ask if there are any old eunuchs who have just returned home recently. Yes. Everyone waited for about an hour. Just as Qing Chumo was snoring, a little eunuch from the Eastern Palace hurriedly led in an old eunuch with white hair and a beard. The old eunuch's back was arched, and he held a thin book in his arms. This old servant greets Your Highness the Crown Prince. Rise. This prince asks you, are there any old eunuchs in the Department of Internal Servants that want to return home recently? Replying to Your Highness the Crown Prince, there are. In a month, this old servant will return home. Oh. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but be interested. Li Qingxian waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Then he said, rise. Yes. This prince asks you, do you still remember the matter of losing your virginity? The old eunuch's wrinkled face couldn't help but twitch. If anyone else had asked this, he would have fought with his life on the line. In any case, he was already over 70 years old and had lived long enough. But this was the Crown Prince. He didn't dare. To people like him, this was a great humiliation. Moreover, he was asking in front of so many people. The old eunuch hesitated for a long time before saying in a muffled voice, replying to Your Highness the Crown Prince, this old servant still remembers. Although this was a great humiliation to him, the Crown Prince had asked, so he didn't dare to hide anything. Don't worry. This prince also understands your difficulties. Don't worry. When the time comes, this prince will only arrange for a courtyard to live out his old age in peace. The old eunuch was ecstatic. This old servant thanks the Crown Prince for his grace. This old servant is 76 years old this year, but when this old servant was 12 years old, I was sold into the palace and lost my virginity. Although it's been 60 years, this old servant still, get to the point. This prince asks you, if someone were to find a carpenter for no reason, what would they do? And besides the imperial palace, where else would you find such a person? The old eunuch was dumbfounded. This. Your Highness the Crown Prince, forgive this old servant's stupidity. This old servant doesn't know why, but that's not called a carpenter. That's called a master of virginity. Besides the imperial palace, there really isn't such a person outside. Basically, all the old eunuchs in the Department of Internal Servants know how to. Hearing this, Li Qingxian's eyes lit up. So you know how to do it too. Chapter 550. Dong. The morning bell slowly sounded in the dark depths of the imperial palace. On the streets of Chang'an, the moment the morning bell sounded, 2 lanterns were lit on the doors of each official's mansion. Fast horses and palanquins were already prepared at the gate of the mansion. They were only waiting for the dazed officials in robes to get on the horses or the palanquins before they rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate. When everyone entered the Vermilion Bird Bridge, there were basically no people in the market on the bridge. Even if there were people, there were only a few new types of barbecue. Basically, they had eaten until they vomited. However, the smell of barbecue still made the officials with empty stomachs buy a bamboo barrel of beer and a few big chicken legs to eat and drink as they walked. When they reached the gate of the political announcement hall, their stomachs were round. When they entered the political announcement hall, the officials were all shocked by Li Shimin, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Seeing that Li Shimin was in a daze, everyone closed their mouths tightly, lowered their heads, and stood in their positions to wait. Everyone knew that the emperor could be like this. It was all because of the locust disaster. Although the emperor used a strange technique to control the locust disaster was stopped. However, the food was really gone. If it wasn't for the shopkeeper of the small tavern in Tong Huifang. That's right. Zhang Feng. Moreover, this name was like thunder to the ears of all the officials. Not to mention that he personally received the emperor's imperial edict, he was also bestowed the title of Viscount. The school he opened was also of the same level as the Imperial College. What was this? Everyone didn't understand. They couldn't understand the meaning behind it. But they knew that this person was highly regarded by the emperor. After all the officials had arrived, Xiaogizi said something in Li Shimon's ear and shouted at the top of his voice, "Morning court. Kneel down. Long live the emperor. Give him a seat." Li Shimon waved his hand. "Today, I don't want to hear any memorials about where to ask for grain. What I want to hear is which disaster victims have been treated, which disaster has been solved, or whether the grain from Hunan province has been delivered. As for other matters, I won't discuss them today." Li Shimon decisively interrupted everyone's thoughts. However, even though they said so, it was obvious from the constipated look on their faces that they had already thought of a countermeasure for today's morning court session. However, Li Shimon did not give them the chance. "I've learned that the grain from Hunan province will arrive in Chang'an in half a month. Minister of Agriculture, tell me, can the grain in the Chang'an and local treasury last for half a month?" "This, Your Majesty, the total population of Chang'an and its surrounding areas, plus the refugees who have flocked here in recent days, is less than 100,000, but it's not far from that. However, there are only 70,000 dawn of grain in the Chang'an and local treasury. What's more, the price of grain has skyrocketed every day in recent days, which has caused panic among the people in Chang'an, and, therefore, I feel that these 70,000 stones can only last for less than 10 days. 10 days. Although Li Shimon knew it, he could not help but feel his heart sink when he heard it again. However, on second thought, if he gave out porridge in the same way as Zhang Feng did, if everyone could control their diet every day, would it last for 15 days? After thinking for a while, Li Shimon could not help but shake his head. It sounded simple, but when he really thought about it, it was absolutely impossible. How much time would it take to gather all the people in the city? Moreover, if he did so, wouldn't it be tantamount to announcing the grain shortage in the world? Therefore, Li Shimon sighed and said, because of this, the Empress has reduced all the expenses in the palace to the minimum. Even I eat porridge every day, just to get through the grain shortage as soon as possible. But my strength is too small, so I know that each of you has at least dozens of acres of land, and at most tens of thousands of acres of land. Alas! Li Shimon stopped at the right time. However, how could they not understand the emperor's meaning? I've already reduced expenses, and I eat porridge every meal. It's up to you. What should they do? They also had a big family to feed. What should they do? Your Majesty, this old official is willing to donate 30 dan of grain to help the disaster victims. This old official will donate 50 dan. This old official will donate 150 dan. This old official will donate 300 dan. Starting with Wei Zheng, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and the others all spoke one after another. How could they not know the emperor's meaning? Last night, they all knew about what happened to Zhang Feng. They expected that the emperor would do something this morning. Who would have thought that they would really guess it right? Seeing that Qing Yaojin and the others had spoken, Xiaogizi also hurriedly knelt and said, Your Majesty, this servant's Chamberlain province is willing to donate all the surplus, a total of 320 dan of grain. Good. Good. Li Shimon looked at Xiaogizi with appreciation. He glanced at the officials. There was no need to say what he meant. Even the eunuch could donate so much, what about you? How could the officials sit still after hearing Xiaogizi's words? They were so embarrassed that they panicked. Although this old official doesn't have much land and has suffered a disaster, this old official is willing to donate half of the family's grain, a total of 57 dan. This old official will donate 30 dan. This old official. Chapter 551. This was all part of Li Shimon's plan. To be precise, he had long wanted to deal with these people. These guys had so many properties in their families. He did not believe that they only had so little food. Except for Zhang Sun and the others who had taken out some of their family's food, the rest only had a few dozen dan. Li Shimon was not confused. Before doing this, he had already asked Fang Xianling to carefully check the land situation of each official's family. Therefore, in his heart, these people had long been clear about them. Li Shimin frowned slightly. The officials in the hall who had not spoken yet could not help but feel something. Although my family has 300 mu of fertile land, before the locust plague, the women in my family sold almost everything that could be sold in order to free up space. Therefore, I only have 300 dawn of food left. I am willing to donate 200 dawn to help the people of Chang'an tide over this crisis. At this moment, a fifth-grade official in a green court robe said respectfully. This person was Minister Zhou of the Honglu Temple. Li Shimin could not help but nod. Good, you are very good. If everyone was like you, would the Tang dynasty be in trouble? Minister Zhou could not help but be overjoyed when he heard this. This is what I should do. Hearing Minister Zhou of the Honglu Temple say so, the person who had said a few dozen dawn could not help but blush. He could not help but curse Minister Zhou in his heart. However, after seeing Minister Zhou's situation, the people behind him could not help but feel a fire in their hearts. At this moment, this group of old foxes could not help but feel a fire in their hearts again. This was an excellent opportunity to climb up the ranks. How could they let it go? Someone had tested the water for them. No matter what they did, they could not donate less than this small Minister Zhou of the Honglu Temple, could they? To put it bluntly, that little amount of food was nothing to them. If they donated too much and won the emperor's favor, they would be promoted, and then, wouldn't they get everything back? At this thought, all the officials could not sit still. I am willing to donate 170 dawn. I am willing to donate 192 dawn. 200 dawn. I bid 300 sure. When this voice rang out, everyone was in an uproar. Even Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. It was the Minister of Rights, Li Shaogong. When he saw the playful look on Li Shimin's face, he couldn't help but say, this old minister was wrong. It's 500 stones. Commandery Prince Hejian is indeed a member of the royal family. I am very pleased that you have such courage. Very good, very good. It is the blessing of the Tang dynasty to have you. What's there to worry about? 500 stones. There was no lack of Li clan relatives in the imperial court. At this moment, under the leadership of Li Shaogong, no one could sit still. However, there was no lack of stingy people among them. Even though they had learned from the mistakes of others, they still donated as much as they could. What was this? In times of famine, food was more useful than money. Now, even if you were rich, you might not be able to buy food even if you took out 1,000 strings of coins. No one was stupid. What was this food? It was life-saving money. If they donated it at this time, it would be like throwing the money into the water. How could they pay it back? No one knew how long this famine would last. Food was the foundation of whether a big family could survive or not. Who would be so stupid? Who would donate all their food? To put it bluntly, how long had Li Tang been the emperor? Didn't the previous emperors and dynasties all change in a few years or a dozen years? It was their duty to donate a little. No matter how the imperial court changed, it was still the right way to maintain one's family. This was the idea that everyone had. Li Shimin could also think of it. He could also foresee it. He didn't intend to take much from these officials. At least the food in Chang'an, plus Zhang Feng's 20,000 dawn, could be said to have solved this problem. The reason why he asked was that he wanted to see how many people there were. However, after this test, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Which official in the imperial court didn't he know? Who could escape his eyes? He knew the family background of Zhangsun Wuji and the others. At the first time of the locust plague in Chang'an, Wei Zheng, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Qing Yao Jin, and the others had already taken out a large amount of food to suppress the food price. Li Shimin was clear that they could donate so much this time. This was basically their entire family background. After a lot of things, almost 2,000 dawn of food had been donated at the super meeting. This was enough. At least Li Shimin could see these people clearly. At this time, Li Shimin recorded the names of all the officials who donated food in front of the Minister of Internal Affairs. Li Shimin said, "Today, I don't ask you to donate a lot, but I know that every one of you has difficulties. I don't ask you to donate a lot. I only ask that this disaster is not fought alone. But I learned something yesterday. On the abandoned mountain, someone took out 20,000 dawn of food and prepared to give porridge. Boom. Chapter 552. Li Shimon's words caused an uproar among the courtiers. Who is so stupid? 20,000 sure? Holy shit. Why haven't I met or heard of such an idiot before? 20,000 sure of grain. If only half of it was needed, how much land and things would they be able to exchange for? No. It seems like, wait a minute. Chang'an, why does this name sound so familiar? I remember now. Isn't this the White Deer College? And the one that the emperor gave the decree? Right, I remember now. Is this the college? Why are the people in that college so rich? 20,000 sure, it seems to be the college that the Crown Prince set up. I heard that the Crown Prince wants to set up an innovative college to train himself. As soon as Li Shimon mentioned Mount E, everybody suddenly thought of something. Everyone had heard of this matter before, but it wasn't that they had heard of it. Anyone who had a son in their family was basically unable to escape the fate of being captured by Chang'an and the others with great fanfare. In the end, from the emperor's point of view, this college was simply something that the emperor wanted to give to the crown prince to train himself. In fact, the emperor wanted to give the crown prince an opportunity to cultivate a team of people. There were things like the study of cooks, the study of merchants, and so on. Was this something that a college should do? When everyone heard about Chang'an, they couldn't help but shake their heads. If the White Deer College in Chang'an could produce talented people, they would be willing to retire and return to their hometown. What is this? They are just a bunch of stubborn people. What can they do? Furthermore, they even came up with 20,000 sure of grain. What is this? Isn't it because they want the grain in our hands? Who couldn't come up with 20,000 sure of grain now? But what the F***K is this to help the disaster victims? This is an idiot. His head must have been caught in the door. Otherwise, who the F***K would do such a stupid thing? Only a prodigal would do such a thing. Moreover, you haven't seen the Huaxing Temple in Chang'an, as well as the other temples around Chang'an. Now that the calamity has struck, none of them have left their doors. Not even a single temple has opened its doors. Why? They were afraid that those poor people would come and share their rations with them. When it came to food, other than the people in the main hall, who else could compare with them? But what about them? At this time, a minister could not sit still any longer. He bowed and stepped out of the ranks, saying, "Your Majesty, this person is willing to take out 20,000 dawn of grain to save our Chang'an. This is the blessing of our Tang dynasty. This old subject congratulates your Majesty." When the ministers heard this, they bowed in unison. "We congratulate your Majesty and the Tang dynasty." Li Shimon already knew that this would be the result. However, on one hand, he wanted to promote Zhang Feng of the Xingshan gang. But this seemed to have misunderstood the situation. But it doesn't matter. It would be best if they thought of Li Qingqian. This way, Zhang Feng's danger would be greatly reduced. Most importantly, White Deer College's reputation would be completely established. That was enough. Well, today's court is dismissed. You are all trusted officials of the Tang Empire, so I hope that you can also do your best to provide porridge to the victims. Tomorrow, the Chang'an local treasury will open the gate of the Chang'an local treasury and then suppress the food price to provide relief to the victims. Li Shimon waved his hand and stood up. Little Gizi hurriedly shouted, "Court is dismissed." Seeing this, the ministers also hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Farewell, your Majesty." As soon as he left the political announcement hall, Li Shimon sat down in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. On the one hand, it was cool here. The imperial study was as hot as a steamer. Although it was in the morning and the sun had not yet shone on the earth, the dull smell was still nauseating. On the other hand, Li Shimin was waiting for someone. He was waiting for Zhang Sun and the others. Before Li Shimin finished reading the 3 memorials, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others really came. Your Majesty, what does Brother Zhang Feng want to do? We have been thinking about it all night, but we still can't figure out what Brother Zhang Feng wants to do with a carpenter. Yes, it's chicken, duck, or the saw pig. We can all understand. Although the saw pig is too smelly, it is still edible at this time. But this carpenter, well, don't talk about it. I am also thinking about it. I thought you all knew about it, but I didn't expect, alas. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Feng has always been like this. It's hard to figure out. But since he said it out loud, you guys should go and help him. Zhang Feng can be considered to have done me a great favor. Now, how many refugees have gathered outside Chang'an city? Your Majesty, for the time being, there are at least 10,000 refugees in Chang'an city. Most of them are from other places in the city. 10,000? So many? Li Shimin's heart sank. But with 10,000 people, 20,000 dawn of grain should be enough, right? But just as Li Shimin was thinking about it, Zhang Sun Wuji reported again. But according to the spies, refugees outside the city are gathering in Chang'an from Luozhou and Qinling. For the time being, we don't know the specific situation, but this old minister guesses that if this group of people comes, Brother Zhang Feng's 20,000 dawn of grain. Chapter 553. In fact, Zhang Sun Wuji was right. However, they were not refugees. They were people who flocked to Chang'an to seek education after learning about White Deer College. 3 days had passed. Everyone in Luozhou and the prefectures around Chang'an knew that the college was not only free, but also provided them with food. After 3 years, they would have a chance to become an official in the imperial court. Therefore, they rushed to Chang'an like crazy. Among them, there were people who really wanted to seek education. There were also people who wanted to make a living. Most of them wanted to find a way to survive. A plague of locusts meant death. Wherever the dense swarm of locusts passed, there was nothing left to see. Although Zhang Feng's winery in Chang'an city temporarily suppressed the plague, other places did not. Everyone could only watch their grain rot in the field when it was about to be harvested. Other places would not be like Chang'an, where there was someone like Zhang Feng. Although there would be some losses, at least they could get some money in their hands. But what was the use? Therefore, after the imperial edict was issued, everyone in Luozhou and the surrounding areas were in an uproar. As long as there were children over 6 years old in their families, they rushed to Chang'an immediately. At this time, on the banks of the great river and in Qinling Mountain, everyone was enduring even if they were hungry. Even if they were so hungry that they dug worms in the soil to eat, they were still enduring. They would reach Chang'an soon. Once they reached Chang'an, they would have a good life. However, in Jiannan City, a few hundred miles away from here, the imperial edict had just reached Xiangzhou. Outside the Xiangzhou provincial governor's mansion, the provincial governor, who had received the news early in the morning, had been waiting here. When he saw the small yellow door, he hurriedly glanced at the imperial edict and was deeply shocked by what he saw. He hurriedly ordered someone to post it on the bulletin board outside the provincial governor's mansion. Then, he ordered the yamen runners to carry gongs and roar through the streets. At this time, it was undoubtedly a disaster for the people of Xiangzhou. In the eyes of all the people, there was nothing else that they cared about except eating. With all their strength, they could only support themselves to buy a little rice at the entrance of the treasury or the grain store. They could only support themselves so that they would not be attacked by hunger and fall asleep. However, no one knew when these days would come to an end. Bang! Bang, bang! As the gong sounded, the people numbly raised their heavy eyelids and glanced at the bailiffs. Then they curled up in the shade and dozed off again. Folks, don't sleep anymore. Good news, this is great news. His Majesty knows about our hardships. Now, he has set up a school in Chang'an city to teach the poor children how to read and write. At that time, you can even enter the imperial court and become an official. However, the only response they received was this indifferent indifference. However, the bailiffs did not give up. He shouted again at the top of his voice, "Fellow villagers, that school doesn't require money. As long as you want to go, not only is it free, as long as you can get in, you will be provided with food." Hearing this, everyone was instantly stunned. "Fool Wang, what are you talking about? Is this really free? Why would I lie to you? It's really free. Are you sure? Which school in the world doesn't know that even if you want to find a teacher to teach you how to read and write, you will need to pay 100 strings of money? There are also rules and regulations. How can it be free? And it will provide food? Idiot Wang, you're just trying to make fun of us." Hearing this, the bailiffs became impatient. He pointed at the provincial governor's mansion and said, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the provincial governor's mansion and have a look. How can it be fake?" Hearing this, all the people were tempted. But at this time, Fool Wang added again, "But there are conditions. Not everyone can go." Hearing this, the people who tried hard to get up and go to the provincial governor's mansion to have a look sat down again. Fine. He must be kidding us. How can we, the slaves, study this school? But Fool Wang's next words made the people's hearts burn again. "I heard from the provincial governor. He said that the imperial edict clearly states that as long as one is at least 12 years old and under 30 years old, he can go." After this, the whole Xiangzhou went crazy. Everyone knew that if they wanted to be outstanding, what else could they do except study? Of all things, reading was the best. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times, and everyone understood it. However, not everyone could afford to read books, which was why more than half of the Great Tang's population was illiterate. But now? When everyone heard this, they were shocked and completely dumbfounded. Motherf asterisk Ker, "Fool Wang, are you trying to trick me again? Let's go. Let's go and ask the provincial governor. If that bastard Wang dares to fool us, we'll skin him alive. Let's go." On the other side of Xiangzhou, a few youths were squatting by the riverside with their buttocks sticking out to catch fish. When they had just caught a large eel, a skinny youth hurried over. "Erwa, Sanwa, stop it. Something big has happened. We can go to school in Chang'an." Chapter 554. When the youths heard this, they did not notice that the eel in their hands had slipped away. They had squatted here for half a day and hit the jackpot to get their hands on it. Basically, this thing was their dinner for the four of them. No, it was their dinner for the whole day. But now, it had escaped. If it had been before, they would not have tolerated it. After all, it was food. But now? Among them, Erwa, who was holding onto the loach, was a teenager with a slightly fairer complexion. Ignoring the greasy stains left behind by the eel's struggle, he asked, "Red skin, what the hell did you say?" Erwa's surname was Chen, and his name was Chenjai. His ancestors had said that he was from a rich family that had inherited the Qin dynasty. But because of Emperor Yang of Sui's large-scale attack, his family had also suffered a disaster. The whole family had a few hundred people. In the end, they had fled to Xiangzhou, but there were not many left. They had settled down in Qin family ditch. Although there were not many people left in the family, some of the remaining people were literate. After all, they had once been a rich family. Chenjai had learned to read from his grandmother for a period of time when he was young, so he could basically read. Although he was now 15 years old and his family knew that he was talented, no one dared to let him go to the academy to study because of what happened to his ancestors. This was all because Chenjai was too smart. They were afraid that they would follow in their ancestors' footsteps. But for the rebellious Chenjai, being able to take the college entrance examination and enter the imperial court as an official was the only way for a man, a hot-blooded man, to revitalize the family business and survive in this era of starvation. At this moment, when he heard that he could actually study, he couldn't help but feel excited. However, when he thought of the high cost that was enough to make them look up to him, Chenjai's eyes couldn't help but flash with a trace of loneliness. Then, he continued to catch fish and shrimp to prepare dinner for the family. Erwa, come and take a look. This is the notice I picked up at the city gate. Come and take a look. I heard Li Laoer say that Chang'an city specially built a white deer college. Not only can you go to the college for free, but you can also do that. It's a round belly. Free? You can fill your stomach? Qinjie and the rest could not help but stare with wide eyes. Redskin, are you telling the truth? Hurry up and tell second brother. He's the only one in our village who can read. Let him read. Second brother, take a look. When the skinny monkey with a red face ran in front of them, a charcoal-like young man snatched the notice from his hand and handed it to Qinjie. Qinjie looked at the notice in his hands, unwilling to give up on a single word. The few youths beside him also stretched their necks to look at the notice. Although they were illiterate, what was this thing? What was this? Li Laoer's things. If one were to take a look at it, it would be something that could be contaminated with dragon qi. When they returned to the village, it was enough to make them be looked up to in front of others. Moreover, the most important thing was that in the village, other than Erwa's family, no one else was literate. If this was true, then, wouldn't it mean that they could also study at the academy? Why didn't they think of such a glorious thing? Uncontrollably, their eyes became even more heated. At this moment, Qinjie's heart was blooming. Redskin, let me ask you. Is this thing real? How can it be fake? Now the whole of Xiangzhou city has spread this, and basically all the strong youths are preparing to go here. Not for any other reason, but because they can fill their stomachs here. And although I can't learn this book, it's not bad to learn to be a craftsman. In the future, I can work in the official kiln. Yes, we can't read and write, but at least we have some strength. Here, we can at least learn some skills. When the time comes, if we are lucky enough to get into the Ministry of Works, we will be rich. But Qinjie did not think so. He could not help but look in the direction of Xiangzhou city and mumbled, I just don't know if we can get a salary if we learn well at the academy. After all, what are you thinking? You are lucky enough to get a salary if you don't want a salary? Red Nose had a look of disdain when he heard this. In his opinion, the academy, which everyone could only look up to, was already a matter of luck if they did not receive a salary. How could he ask for a salary? Was this guy crazy? Meanwhile, in the Xiangzhou provincial governor's residence, a magnificent war was breaking out. A middle-aged man in a pierced official's uniform was kneeling under the sun. The servants and guards around him acted as if they did not see him and continued doing what they were supposed to do. Even the private advisor was reporting the situation outside to the provincial governor as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. In the room in front of the provincial governor, deafening roars and shouts could be heard from time to time. If you dare to let my precious son go to White Deer College, which is for slaves, do you believe that I will burn down your provincial governor's residence? It's been a day after day. If my son wants to play, I will almost bring down the sky. How many teachers have I invited? Do you think your son is literate? As she spoke, a fat woman who looked like a meatball pointed at a young man who was lying on the bed, hugging a lamb leg in one hand and a jar of wine in the other. He was as fat as the woman. The young man seemed to be replying. Mother, I want to go to Chang'an. I want to be a high-ranking official. When the woman heard this, her heart melted. Her eyes, which were already squinted, turned into two slits when she smiled. Okay. If my son wants to be an official, I will contact the Imperial College for you. Let's go to the Imperial College. As she spoke, the woman turned around and pointed at the provincial governor and shouted, Are you deaf? Why aren't you writing a letter of recommendation to recommend my son to the Imperial College? Only despair was left in the eyes of the provincial governor when he heard this. Okay. Chapter 555. Copies of the Imperial Edict were still being sent out of Chang'an. No. 5 days ago, all the small yellow men had brought the rubbing of the Imperial Edict to the provincial government offices. However, it had been 5 days, and the distant places still had not received the message. However, all the places that had received the imperial edict had caused an unprecedented sensation. First, it was that strange academy. What was it trying to do? It was completely different from the academies that everyone knew. Moreover, almost no one had been to this academy before. However, they knew that it was a place to learn things from the sages. The sages hated merchants and agricultural skills the most. In their eyes, this was an insult to the reputation of the academy. However, after seeing the imperial edict, they could only suppress the urge to crusade against Zhang Feng. In their opinion, since the emperor had issued the imperial edict, and it was not an orthodox academy, they could only turn a blind eye to it. Otherwise, in the past few days, there would have been people going to crusade against Zhang Feng or submit letters of remonstrance to impeach him. Just like Chang'an city at this time. Although the people of Chang'an city were the first to know about this. At this time, the people were still waiting. They were not waiting for anything else. They just felt that the emperor had issued the imperial edict. Most of them were waiting to see what would happen. Take the people of Tonghuifang as an example. They wanted to go to Zhang Feng's academy more than anyone else. They wanted to study and learn more than anyone else. Now that Fengzi had established such an academy, it was originally a good thing. However, after that day, everyone felt embarrassed. They felt that if they did so, although Zhang Feng would not say anything, they would feel embarrassed. What was this? They were bullying the familiar. They could not bear this name. Most importantly, in Chang'an city, in addition to these ordinary people, there were also high-ranking officials and nobles. They could not afford to offend them. If they accidentally stepped on them in this academy, what would the effect be? They could not afford to pay for it even if they killed them. Therefore, this was what really made them hesitate. Although this was also the time for their son to escape his fate, compared to their current life, who would be willing to gamble with 3 years? Besides, everyone was starving at this time. They all needed to live by the noses of those rich people. Who would want to provoke them when they had nothing to do? Old he, what's wrong with you? I don't see you working in the winery either. Why are you hiding here? At the riverside of Tonghuifang, although the riverside was no longer smelly, it was still a good place for the commoners to enjoy the cool air. At this moment, Old he was squatting alone under a willow tree by the riverside, drinking wine and thinking about something. At this moment, Zhu Zi's father was dragging a large cart full of empty bamboo tubes. When he saw Old he asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" When Old he saw who it was, a hint of a smile flashed across his turbid eyes. Sigh. It's all because of my son. He kept pestering me to go to Fengzi's academy. But do you think I can go? Fengzi has done us a favor, but we also know what kind of person our son is. He is not cut out for studying. If we send him there, what if he offends those high-ranking officials and nobles? What will happen then? Zhu Zi's father could not help but be stunned when he heard this. I really haven't thought about what you said. But now that you mention it, it is really, Zhu Zi's father could not help but hit the sweat towel wrapped around his head when he heard this. Our Zhu Zi is not the same. Let's not talk about Guzi. Steamed Bun is also clamoring to go to Chang'an University. When Old he heard this, he could not help but think of his daughter. I also heard that Zhang Feng's, Miss Jingshu is at Chang'an University. I am going to send my daughter to serve Jingshu. I don't want to be rich or noble. I just want to be able to fill my belly. I am worried about this matter. If I ask Fengzi, it is not a problem, but I can't bring myself to do it. Zhu Zi's father's eyes lit up when he heard this. Now that you mention it, I also remember that my steamed bun is very popular with Fengzi. If she can serve Jingshu when the time comes, it would have been better if the two of them did not mention it. Now that they said it, their hearts were instantly warmed up. Although they could earn a living by working in Fengzi's winery, at this moment, they saw a bright future ahead of them. They did not ask for a meteoric rise, but if they could learn a little bit of Jingshu's skills, they could marry into a rich family and be the first wife. Jingshu's reputation was too great. Moreover, wasn't the Crown Prince's teacher also in the academy at this time? If they could enter Chang'an University, they would have the reputation of Jingshu and the Crown Prince. For these poor people, it was something that they could only wish for in 8 lifetimes. Just as the two of them were squatting here and fiddling with something, they saw a few women not far away from Tonghui Lane rushing into the lane. The leading woman was Zhu Zi's mother. She was holding a skinny man and a pinball machine in her arms. She ran over here. Zhu Zi's father, what are you doing here? Hurry to the pub. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Fengzi is crazy. He wants to destroy the 20,000 dawn of grain. Chapter 556. Zhang Feng hadn't returned to Chang'an City for several days. Since the launch of White Deer College on Mount E, he had been on the mountain. Today, he finally made a trip back to Chang'an. But before he could happily cook the meat in the pot, he met Zhu Zi's father, the old scholar, and the others who rushed into the small tavern with cold faces. Looking at their attitude, it was as if Zhang Feng had done something wrong. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Everyone, what are you doing? The old scholar, wearing a Buddhist robe, sat opposite Zhang Feng with a gloomy face. He asked, Fengzi, I want to ask you something. You must answer me truthfully. It was the first time the old scholar had been so serious. Zhang Feng's heart trembled. Did something terrible happen? He nodded hurriedly. Seeing this, the old scholar asked, Old man wants to ask you, is it true that you've hoarded 20,000 dawn of grain in Chang'an City to help the disaster victims? Well, tell me the truth. Otherwise, when the sky falls, no one will save you. Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. Did this matter attract the attention of some people? Or could it be that the impact of this matter was too great? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out. Finally, he looked at the worried and expectant eyes of the crowd and nodded. Yes, I've hoarded 20,000 dawn of grain. I'm sure, ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. The old scholar was so angry that he slammed the table and interrupted Zhang Feng. He shouted, Do you know that if you did this quietly, old man wouldn't have cared and would even give you a thumbs up? But look at what you've done. Now, the whole Chang'an City knows about this matter. Do you know what you've done now? Now, do you know that what you've done has forced those high-ranking officials and dignitaries to take out grain to suppress the grain price? Not only that, all the officials have set up porridge outside their mansions. This is a good thing. Zhang Feng was a little confused. However, this was within his expectations. Once this matter was spread out by Chintinu and the others, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. The best way was to make use of public opinion to get the government to step in and suppress the price of food. At the same time, they could give out porridge and help the victims. This was the best way. Moreover, the best way was to make Shao Mountain's White Deer College famous. And the worst-case scenario would be, there was no worst. After all, he was following orders. Even if Guanlong's people wanted to cause trouble, they would have to consider the weight of the imperial edict. However, the old scholar and the others clearly didn't think so. Fengzi. You're really stubborn. Do you know why you're doing this? It's like snatching food from the mouths of these officials. In this year of famine, grain is more valuable than gold. You know, although the price of grain has been suppressed, the shortage is a common phenomenon. No one wants to give away their grain for no reason, especially those rich officials and dignitaries. Needless to say, that's even more so. Do you know that you're making an enemy of all the officials of the Tang dynasty? I heard that yesterday morning, His Majesty made an announcement in court. He said that he wants every official to learn from White Deer Academy. This is what we heard from the eunuchs and servant girls when we were delivering beer at the palace yesterday. I heard that the Chamberlain Department donated 300 dawn. Now, everyone in the Chamberlain Department has a bowl of noodles and chestnut steamed buns for every meal. Now, the people in the Chamberlain Department are complaining everywhere. You're muddle-headed. Everyone was talking at once, slapping their thighs and berating Zhang Feng for his mistake. However, when Zhang Feng heard this, his furrowed brows relaxed. The old scholar might have heard it from Li Gang. It was fine if the old scholar didn't look at Zhang Feng. Now that he looked at him and saw that Zhang Feng was no longer worried, he couldn't help but slap the table and berate, "Look at what you've done. Now, not only Chang'an city, but all the other prefectures are imitating you. Even the emperor has issued an edict. Think about it, how many people have you offended? When the time comes, don't talk about entering the court as an official. I think you'll have to sleep with one eye open. Otherwise, I don't know where this shit came from, but it'll be all over your face. Old scholar, you don't have to worry about this. I know what I'm doing." Zhang Feng cupped his hands in front of his chest and stood up. He said, "Dear neighbors, in fact, I'm not giving away the food as you think. I'm giving it away for free. This time, I came down the mountain to tell you in advance that we're all neighbors. To put it bluntly, Fengzi has always been indebted to all of you. Now that there are benefits, I'll definitely think of you first. Therefore, I've decided to give away the food. Doesn't my White Deer College have 50,000 mu of land? I don't know how long it'll take to get those 200 or 300 people. You also know that Fengzi is impatient. Therefore, I want to use the method of work in place of labor to give out porridge and food." Work in place of labor? Everyone was dumbfounded. "Fengzi, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by work in place of labor? What do you mean by giving out food?" Chapter 557. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Qingxian and Du Go, who had arrived a long time ago but were blocked by the crowd, were dumbfounded. They had always thought that Zhang Feng was a prodigal son. That was 20,000 dawn of grain. How could he take it out for no reason? And give it to the crowd like this? They also knew that Zhang Feng wasn't that kind of rich person, but this kid was stubborn and refused to say it. This made them puzzled, but they also knew that Zhang Feng was doing this to solve this disaster, so they didn't ask. But now? They could not help but stretch their necks and listen. Zhang Feng looked at the old scholar and said, "My Shao mountain is 50,000 mu of barren land. Old scholar, do you know what this means? How much time and how many people will it take to flatten it? That's why I came up with this idea. As long as it's a commoner, even if it's a poor commoner, if they want to buy food, every household has to show a certificate issued by the government. Then, every household can only buy 1 caddy of food a day. And the price is 5 copper coins. I'm not going overboard, right?" The old scholar was dumbfounded. All the people in Tonghui Square who were blocking the entrance were in an uproar. What? 5 copper coins? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the grain in Chang'an's treasury costs 6 copper coins. Fengzi, are you sure you're not joking? Fengzi, you can't do this. I know you're a good person, but you can't be a good person. If you do this, won't you lose money? No, Lao Tzu can't eat this grain. Even if Lao Tzu starves to death, he won't go back to buy a grain from you. I won't buy it either. Lao Tzu has betrayed his conscience. Some of the women were even crying. Touch your consciences and think about it. Has Fengzi ever mistreated any of you? If you haven't finished eating, he will give you basins of meat. Not only is he opening a school, but he is also giving out porridge. Why is he doing this? If you have a bit of conscience, can you eat it? Brother madman, I don't want your pinball machine anymore. My mother told me not to go to the academy. Zhuzi wiped off the snot on his nose and carefully placed the almost broken pinball machine on the table. Then, he took out some money from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is what Brother Frenzy gave me before, and this is what I won from the pinball machine. I don't want it anymore. The old scholar's eyes were moist. Li Qingxian and Du Go's eyes were moist. Even the eyes of all the people in Huitong Square were moist. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and tightly gripped the money on the pillar. He said, "Would you believe me if I told you that not only did I not suffer a loss, but I also made a big profit?" Silence. No one said anything. After all, none of them were fools. They were able to see that. Not making a loss? Who would believe that? Zhang Feng asked the old scholar to sit down. He asked everyone to sit down, but they stubbornly refused. Zhang Feng said leisurely, actually, when the locusts appeared, I noticed that something was wrong, so I started to buy food at that time. At that time, because of the locust plague, a barbarian merchant had a large amount of food in his hands, and he was in a hurry to return to the western region, so he couldn't take it with him, so he sold it. You all know about this, right? At the entrance of our market, the one who often sells fur, he was in a hurry. You all know that I'm a soft-hearted person, so I bought the 20,000 don of food at a price 30% lower than the market price. Zhang Feng explained. He almost took out the contract he signed with the beard, as well as the note issued by the government. However, when he said that, everyone calmed down a little. However, Feng Zi, now everyone knows that the price of food is skyrocketing. Don't talk about 5 copper coins, you can sell it for 6 or 7 copper coins, right? Why are you selling it for 5 copper coins? Zhang Feng spread his hands. Although the people in Chang'an city and some people outside the city have sold their food to me, and you all have some money left, you should know that my academy is in Shao Mountain, and I'm facing those people who are eager to see their food rotting in the field. How can they have money? I think they don't even have 5 copper coins. If I had said that I would give them food directly, not to mention you, do you think that I, Zhang Feng, am a fool? Zhang Feng pointed to his head as he spoke. This time, everyone finally felt relieved and laughed out loud. Zhang Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. It could be said that everything had been dealt with. But uncle, he was not satisfied. Feng Zi, didn't you just say that you would give food and porridge? What are these? You can't stop producing 20,000 don of food. If this matter were to spread, not to mention your 20,000 don of grain, even 100,000 don of grain would be eaten by you within 3 days. Chapter 558. This problem is very easy to solve. Zhang Feng decided to open up as well. Didn't I just say that my academy has 50,000 mu of land? How long will it take to reclaim the land? I can't wait that long. So, if we sell the grain, those who have money will buy it. What about those who don't? Don't worry, I have a lot of work waiting for people to do. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Even the old scholar couldn't help but frown. Fengzi, is this what you mean by work in lieu of work? If that was the case, then it would be easy to handle. There were many stubborn students in Chang'an University. He only heard about it from those guys by chance. Finally, he asked Li Gang and Jing Shu about it, and then hurried over to ask Zhang Feng what was going on. But he didn't expect that after all the fuss, it turned out to be this. At that moment, Li Qingxian and Du Go finally squeezed into the little tavern. Only then did they finally ask, Fengzi, could it be that you want these people to work for you, and then you want to convert the food into food for them? Zhang Feng saw the two of them and asked, have you found a carpenter? Not yet. But first, tell me if it's the same as what I said. Li Qingxian's mind was full of ideas. Zhang Feng pointed at the wine cabinet. Li Qingxian was very tactful. He quickly ran over and fetched a few jugs of wine. Without greeting the people at the door, he poured a bowl of wine for the 4 of them. Only then did he look at Zhang Feng with a strange expression. Li Qingxian is right. This thing is actually something that the academy will pass on to you in the future. Don't ask for it now, I'm not in the mood to tell you. Let's talk about this work in lieu of work. Now, you can see that the people who will come will definitely be those poor people who can't even afford to eat. But our Shao Mountain only has so much food, and we definitely can't stop the production. So I thought of a way, and that is to use labor to replace labor. Everyone will work in Shao Mountain according to the market price. Every night, someone will come to settle your daily wages. After that, you can get food. However, you can only exchange for food once every 5 days. As for the rest of the time, most of the time, you work for me, and I'll take care of your meals. This is called using labor to replace labor. That's not right. Feng Zi, if you put it this way, this isn't how we should settle the score, right? Dugo frowned and said, you see, with the current market price, a person can only earn 2 coins in a day. Under normal circumstances, they can only earn 1 coin. But if you exchange for food every 5 days, then wouldn't that be? Zhang Feng glared at him. You're the best. Are you stupid? This person works for me and his meals are provided. What does he need food for? Isn't it for his family to eat? So I give them food every 5 days, 1 caddy each time. This is calculated according to their accounts. This way, won't everyone be able to survive 5 days? But remember, 1 household in a straight line. For example, if you have 5 people in your account and all 5 of you come to work, then you'll only be given 1 caddy of food. Don't ask why. Logically speaking, this caddy of food shouldn't be given, but Feng Zi's conscience can't bear it. So I'll also give you 1 caddy of food. Of course, you can also choose to ask for money. If it's 5 days, each person will be given 5 coins. 5 people together, that's 25 coins. Zhang Feng was not stupid. He had already calculated all these things clearly. This was also to make the best use of the least amount of food. After all, he only had 20,000 dong. This thing would be used up easily. Then I understand. Li Qingxian slapped his thigh and pointed at Zhu Zi. His sister said excitedly, now that you've said it, I understand. He's also a labor? At this moment, even the old scholar couldn't help but frown. If steamed buns were considered labor, then wouldn't it be a huge loss? What could she do if she went? Serve tea and water? Zhang Feng looked at Li Qingxian as if he was looking at an idiot. If this food was yours, steamed buns would want it. Even that bedridden old man would dare to take it. Tell me, what are they going to do? They're going to open up a wasteland. To build an academy. Zhang Feng said speechlessly. But when he saw that everyone's expression was a little strange, he couldn't help but add, well, that doesn't mean they can't go. They'll definitely go. It's just that they'll be given 2 bowls of porridge every day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. They don't have to work. When everyone heard this, they finally understood the procedure of work in lieu of labor in their minds. So this was what work in lieu of labor was all about? Was this also something that Zhang Feng would teach in the academy in the future? Zhu Zi's father and old he couldn't help but change the way they looked at Zhu Zi. If this was true, then didn't it mean that Zhu Zi could really go to the academy? But, this still wouldn't do. Zhang Feng swept his gaze across the crowd, before his gaze finally landed on Dugo, who had been drinking all this while, grabbing some jerky from the wine cabinet and gobbling it down. He said, from now on, the daily distribution of food and porridge, as well as the statistics of everyone's work, will be left to you. Pfft. Chapter 559. What did you say? Dugo was dumbfounded. This time, he was stunned. Ever since he entered the door, he only said 1 sentence. Then, when he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his gluttony was already aroused. How could he care about anything else? Did this kid think that he ate too much? Drank too much? That's not right. He didn't look like that after drinking so much wine. This, Feng Zi, you're wrong. There are so many people. You can't let me go. No, this won't do. There are so many people. Dugo was anxious. Li Qingxian crossed his arms and looked at Dugo as if he was watching a joke. Dugo was so angry that he directly grabbed Li Qingxian and said, Feng Zi can go. I definitely can't do it alone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Feng Zi gave you this task. It's not easy. Look at Tai Miao and the other 2. They're still moving stones. You just need to sit there and everything will be solved. Aren't you satisfied? Li Qingxian said while giving Dugo a warning look. But when he thought of so many people, how could Dugo care about Li Qingxian's hint? No, This is definitely not right. Think about it. Lao Tzu is facing thousands of people. Do you want to tire me to death? Feng Zi, can we? Zhang Feng smiled slightly. No, if you don't want to go, then I'll let go Zi, Zhu Zi, and old Gua and Zhu Zi's father go. After Zhang Feng said that, the eyes of the people who were about to leave lit up. Zhu Zi and the others were stunned. They didn't do anything. How could they do this job if it was given to them? No, there was a problem here. It wasn't only Go, Zi and the others who thought of this. Even Du Go understood at this moment. Everyone present thought of this. Du Go couldn't help but ask carefully, Feng Zi, do you plan to? No plan. If you don't want to go, then go home and stay. Okay. I just happened to. Hearing this, Du Go was instantly overjoyed. It had been a long time since he had returned home. This time, he planned to find someone to bring back all the rare books and paintings that he had collected up the mountain. This way, when he had nothing to do, he would be able to read them. But just as he was about to turn and leave, the old scholar and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This silly kid's IQ was worrying. All right. Let's all disperse. Think about it. Since Feng Zi has said so, you guys can rest assured. When you go to buy food, don't make a fuss. Just let the people in Tong Hui Fong know. The old elementary scholar waved his hand and prepared to leave. But at this time, Zhang Feng called out to everyone. Wait, I haven't explained everything yet. No, Feng Zi. Brother Feng, what do you mean by asking me to go home? Zhang Feng glanced at Du Go and said, nothing. Didn't you say you were tired? It's tiring for me to do anything here. If you want to be idle, then go back. Hearing this, how could Du Go not understand that Feng Zi wanted him to leave? He couldn't help but feel anxious. Feng Zi, Brother Feng, don't be like this. I'll go. I'm not forcing you. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. I'll go. Du Go was about to cry. At this time, Zhang Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't feel wronged. Do you know why I asked you to do this? Why? Whether it was Du Go or Li Qingxian, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Feng then mysteriously said, do you still remember what I said about arithmetic? This time, it will be a test of your ability to use division and multiplication in real life. When the time comes, you will have to learn it. Moreover, if you can perfectly handle this matter for me, then I will give you an extra 10 points. Really? Hearing this, Du Go's eyes burned with passion as he looked at Zhang Feng. He already knew about the credits when he was in Chang'an University. The assessment was held every half a year. The full score of 10 points would be accumulated at the end of a year. If the total score of 3 years was less than 50 points, then congratulations, you would have to stay in jail for a year. However, Zhang Feng didn't mention when he would add these 10 points. If it was accumulated until graduation, Li Qingxian couldn't help but feel regret. He wanted to slap himself in the face. F***ck, why didn't I think of that? How could I let him take advantage of such a good thing? However, you won't be able to handle it alone. How about this, I will give you a task. Zhang Feng pointed at Guzi, Zhu Zi's father, and old He. You have seen how close I am with these 4 people. This is an old neighborhood. Guzi and Zhu Zi are brothers like us. Before this disaster is over, teach old He and Zhu Zi's father what you learned about arithmetic and simple reading. I won't force you to learn as much as you can. How about it? Du Go heard this. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How about it? Motherf***, you ask me how I am? F***ck. Chapter 560. It was a tragedy for Du Go. Li Qingxian did not escape either. Zhang Feng saw that Li Qingxian was laughing so hard that his shoulders were trembling. He grinned and said, "You're very happy, aren't you?" Li Qingxian was enraged. No, no, no. I just feel that Feng Zi's decision is so brilliant. I'm just envious of you. Is that so? Li Qingxian could clearly feel that Zhang Feng was up to no good. He could not help but be enraged. Well, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Qingxian wanted to slip away but was caught by Du Go. Why are you running? F***CKU. Li Qingxian was anxious. By then, everything would be over. Everything would be too late. Zhang Feng cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, there's nothing to do here for now. If there's anything, I'll get old he and the others to let you know. After all, we're all neighbors. If I have something good to do here, I won't forget you, right? If you want to go to Shao Mountain, just let old he and the others know and go to White Deer College tomorrow morning." Okay, then we'll leave. Everyone knew that they had something important to talk about. It was something that they could not touch. Moreover, the two stubbornly stayed there. They felt scared and wanted to run. If Zhang Feng had not stopped old he and the others. However, old he, Zhu Zi's father, and even Zhu Zi and Go Zi felt as if their feet were floating the moment they left the tavern. Although they could do it in the winery, how could it be better than their current job? Who did not want to do something that only required them to move their mouths and learn some skills? Furthermore, he was working under the most terrifying demon king. Although it might be a little inappropriate to work for him, Feng Zi was indeed someone from Tong Huifang. He had thought of the problem from the start and had directly put shackles on that guy. Now, they were relieved. Most importantly, not only could they work, but they could also learn things. That was the most important thing. They were old. They did not want to learn anything, but they wanted their children to learn some skills. That was the most important thing. Old he, congratulations. Tomorrow on Shao Mountain, you have to take care of us. Zhuzi's father, your Zhuzi seems to be 15 years old this year, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a talent. Is there a marriage partner? My cousin's daughter is 12 this year. As the noises faded away, the old scholar sighed. Feng Zi, I won't say anything more. You understand everything, but, come elementary scholar, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Zhang Feng interrupted the old scholar. Looking at Li Qingxian and Du Go who were locked in a struggle and staring at each other, he said, Enough, enough. Isn't it just a small matter? Let me tell you, none of the 5 of you can run away from this. This is a test for you. If you can't even endure this bit of hardship, how can you bring honor to your family? How can I become a jinshi in 3 years? Li Qingxian, don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. If only you had half of your father's courage. Li Qingxian was mercilessly despised by Zhang Feng. In an instant, his head wilted. As if he was going to the execution ground, he said, Feng Zi, just say it. Do you want me to carry feces or something else? I'll do it. The thing that the few of them couldn't stand the most was for someone to say that they were not as good as their Lao Tzu. If it were someone else, the scalpel would have been placed on that person's head. Seeing Li Qingxian's heroic expression, Zhang Feng was speechless. But he still said, Well, I won't ask you to do anything outrageous, nor will I ask you to pick up feces. Since this matter has been spread out, there will be a lot of people in Chang'an coming to Shao Mountain tomorrow, maybe tonight. My request is that you have to give me a place to build a house for them. Who are they? What's the situation? What's the situation? And what's the plan? Why? You still want a house? And you have to investigate all the information of these people? Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Zi, I seriously suspect that you are targeting me. Otherwise, this thing, I'm targeting you? Zhang Feng smiled. He pointed to the door. Li Qingxian immediately exploded. Okay, I'll go. I'll go. Okay? Li Qingxian immediately wilted. He lowered his head and kicked Du Go in the butt. the two of them walked away cursing. Until the two of them left. The old scholar took a deep look at the two of them. With his ability, it would be fine if he didn't see anything before. But since Li Gang came to Chang'an University and had been with Li Qian and the others for so long, he was really a fool if he didn't see anything. This was also the reason why he didn't go to Zhang Feng during this period, especially when he knew about the imperial edict. He didn't want to see Li Shimin. He knew that Zhang Feng didn't know Li Shimin's identity, so he deliberately avoided the opportunity to meet Li Shimin. He didn't believe that Li Shimin didn't know him. But it was also because of this. The old elementary scholar was getting more and more confused. Did Zhang Feng really not know Li Shimin's identity after everything he had done? Did he not think about it at all? Especially this time in the academy. It was like opening a window for the old scholar. He really couldn't understand how a dignified emperor, a dignified crown prince, could, and how could it be like this? Chapter 561. The grass used to smoke locusts was popularized in the Tang dynasty to suppress the plague of locusts. There was also the angry white salt. This thing seemed to have come from the tavern as well. It became the official salt. Finally, the cooperative, the old scholar couldn't understand what Zhang Feng was trying to do. Feng Zi, sometimes I really don't understand you. You're a businessman. Logically speaking, the business knowledge you have is enough to make you rich. You might even be able to enter the imperial court. However, you set up Chang'an University and started idling around. Now, you're setting up this White Deer College. To be honest, I really don't understand what you're thinking. Don't tell me you're going to idle around and be a shopkeeper again after setting up this White Deer College. However, this doesn't make sense. Look at you now. You have 20,000 dawn of grain. You, as the old elementary scholar spoke, he couldn't help but feel bitter and hateful. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He stood up and closed the door of the tavern. Then, without caring about his image, he sat opposite the old scholar and said, "Old scholar, I know what you're thinking. I admit that the reason I asked Lao Li to cooperate with me and was lazy was because I was afraid of death." Sigh. The old elementary scholar sighed deeply. What happened after that? Aren't you being too ostentatious these days? And what were you thinking before? Zhang Feng drank a bowl of wine and said, "Thinking? I didn't think much. What I did before was just a small matter. You know, compared to everything I did before, this is just a small matter." As Zhang Feng spoke, he pointed at his head and then at his fingernails. The old scholar pursed his lips. This guy was probably bragging again. Ahem, that's enough. Don't brag in front of me. Let's not talk about other things. Tell me, why did you arrange for these two guys to do this? Let them do that? Zhang Feng looked at the door and smiled. I thought it was something big. So that's what you're asking. This is actually very easy to understand. Just as Old Man Kong said before, in fact, everything comes from life, and life comes from everything. Although Old Man Kong was born in a prestigious family, if he was not born with a chronic defect in his looks, and if he was not often looked down upon, how could he have the will to embark on an official career? Without Tanzi, how could he open the academy? If he was summoned by Qi Jinggong and Yan Ning, he was afraid that Old Man Kong, all right. Let's not talk about the matters of the saints here. If anyone hears us, our heads will roll tomorrow morning. Just tell me what you want to do. Seeing that Zhang Feng was getting more and more excited, the old scholar couldn't help but interrupt him. Zhang Feng originally had the idea of showing off, but now that the old scholar had mercilessly killed it, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Well, actually, you also know that these two fellows' attainments in mathematics are basically at a higher level. What they can learn from books can only be considered to be very little. But what if we let them use it in their daily lives? As far as De Bing is concerned, although this fellow is very talkative, his attainments in mathematics are, to be honest, not even Lao Tzu can compare. I'm also afraid that if this fellow continues to pester me, I reckon that my foundation will be ruined by him, so I thought of this thing. The old scholar finally understood. The taste of fish is derived from fishing. Wasn't this what was mentioned in Old Man Long's book? However, when the old scholar thought about it, he really could think of some things. For example, if he were to count the number of people and calculate the amount of food each person had, all of these had to be recorded, and ordinary people might not be able to do it. Especially when at least tens of thousands of people would gather on Shao Mountain tomorrow. What kind of concept was that? Even if there were a few hundred people, it wouldn't be enough. If there was a shrewd person among them, like Zhong Han Xian, then it would be a different story. It would be like leading a sheep. The status of Du Go and the others was naturally a kind of deterrence. At this time, as long as they followed the calculations and found 3 to 5 people, then wouldn't everything be in order? However, this was a test of computing ability and super brainpower. But for a freak like Du Go, it was a test. The old scholar still felt that he was up to the task. After all, there was a reason why Du Go was the head of the 4 great demons in Chang'an city. It wasn't that he was violent, it was this son of Ab*TCH who would follow behind you and reason with you, and talk about the ways of Confucius and Mencius. The old scholar once heard that this person forced a person to hang himself in Yen Lai restaurant. How frightening was this? But it also showed that this person's attainments in the field of calligraphy. The old scholar couldn't help but nod. Then why did you let Li Gan do that? Isn't that because this first young master is good at this Tao? Although De Bing and Tai Nyo have their own strengths, I'm not a fool. Everyone can see the respect they have for Lao Li and Lao Li. Moreover, at home, Lao Li and his son are the bosses of their businesses. What if I send De Bing now? Or someone else? Do you think it's suitable? Moreover, this son of Ab*TCH dabbles in all kinds of things. I don't know what he's good at. Sending him to do this is actually to make things difficult for him. Chapter 562. It turned out that he was testing Li Qingxian's limits. The old scholar felt a little dizzy. This guy was really, if he knew who they were, would he still be able to laugh? The old scholar was amused at the thought of it. How could the crown prince deal with a bunch of bumpkins? Who would believe that? But the old scholar did not intend to expose him. At this moment, Zhang Feng simply mentioned Qing Chumo and the others. Chen Tinu and the other 2 were born with extraordinary strength. Their slap could have killed someone. That's why I asked them to be in charge of carrying the bricks. In fact, I wanted to remind them not to forget their strength. The old scholar frowned when he heard that. I heard that you wanted them to join the army. Also, I want to ask you something. Tell me honestly. I heard that you wanted Chen Tinu to be a heavy cavalryman. And idiot Wei, what kind of sharpshooter and assassin is he? You want that worm to be a light cavalryman? Learn from Zhao Zilong? Zhang Feng could not help but be surprised. Oh. You're not simple. How did you know about this? The old scholar rolled his eyes. How could he not know? When he was in Chang'an University, these guys almost went out on the street and talked about it. As long as he was not deaf, how could he not hear it? But Feng Zi, you have to take it easy no matter what you do. Did their fathers agree to this? If you don't agree, what I mean is, don't do this for the time being. Your academy is running well. Just let them study and learn from you. Why do you still want to do this? The old Shiotse knew who their fathers were. He did not know before. But after seeing these guys and Li Shimin, he knew everything. That was why he was so worried. They were born as generals. This was especially true for the high dukes, who had countless eyes staring at them from behind. If there was even the slightest problem, then the entire clan would be in danger of being wiped out. Moreover, there was a law that stated that other than those currently holding positions in the imperial court, no other talented generals were allowed to appear in the family of generals. At this time, although the old scholar didn't know Zhang Feng's military ability, since Zhang Feng was so confident, it meant that he must have some ability in this area. Otherwise, would he dare to brag about this? He was not a boastful person. This was what the old scholar was most worried about. Especially without Li Shimin's approval, his actions were no different from a rebellion. However, Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. This smile made the old elementary scholar understand many things. He was finally enlightened. Without Li Laoer's consent and tacit approval, would the crown prince be fooling around outside? Without Li Shimen's permission, would Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng, and the others dare to let their sons play like this? Wouldn't that make him a fool? Furthermore, Li Gang had already resigned. What did it mean for him to come here right after he resigned? Finally, all the mysteries in the old scholar's heart were solved. However, he was even more confused about what Zhang Feng was going to do in the future. He couldn't help but sigh, get up dizzily, and prepare to leave. Old scholar, don't go yet. I have something to tell you. The smile on Zhang Feng's face vanished as he pressed the old elementary scholar down on the stool and said, I want you to organize a set of teaching materials that I have great use for. Come to White Deer Institute 3 months later. The old scholar couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What's wrong with you today? Why do I feel that the fearless you can be so serious? I've been living in Chang'an University quite well. Although the students here are naughty and mischievous, they are all under the control of Li Gan and the others. Why do you want to go to Shao Mountain? Zhang Feng shook his head. Chang'an University is just a small place. That academy was actually set up by Lao Li. However, when I saw the disaster victims wailing in the sky, I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. What are books for? They are for the benefit of the people. Now, in the entire Tang dynasty, these books are basically only for the rich. If you want a country to be strong, you have to make the people strong. Everyone has a deep-rooted thought, and that is, of all things, only books are of the highest quality. But which books can those who want to get rid of slavery afford to read? So, when I opened the winery, I sat by the roadside and pondered for an entire afternoon. Only then did I understand that the Chang'an University will continue to exist, but it will only be for those who only want to study, to the point of death. As for the White Deer Institute, that is where I will truly nurture geniuses. Old elementary scholar, how about it? Do you want to join me in nurturing geniuses? This will make your reputation, hee, forget it, forget it. The old scholar waved his hand. Although he really wanted to, he also knew what this place meant in the future. Once he attracted the attention of others, if they dug up old scores, he would be dead meat. Although Li Shimen had turned a blind eye to it, the old scholar felt that this was all because of Zhang Feng. This guy even dared to kill his own brother. What wouldn't he do? What did it mean to be able to make White Deer College bigger than the Imperial College? It meant Li Shimen's ambition. He didn't want to be in Li Shimen's line of sight. If he was seen by someone with ulterior motives, then Zhang Feng would be in danger. Fengzi, I know that you have good intentions, but I still want to live for a few more years. Otherwise, do you think I will be able to take the provocation when you come up with something? I don't want to be scared to death by you. Seeing that the old scholar didn't agree, Zhang Feng became gloomy. The old scholar didn't say anything. He just patted him on the shoulder. An eagle needs to climb high and see far. An old man should stay where he needs to be. Now I feel that Chang'an Academy needs me, and I can't accept your new toys. Of course, other than food and wine, if you really care about me, then use your monthly salary to exchange for some wine. Let's compete and see which of us will become the grand scholar in the imperial examinations in 3 years. Chapter 563. The next morning, before dawn, Zhang Feng, Li Qingxian, and the other two hired 3 palanquins and rushed to Shao Mountain. It was because Li Qingxian had received a message from the Jinwu Guard in the middle of the night, saying that the commoners who had been guarding the city gates had begun to move toward Shao Mountain on a large scale. Li Qingxian could not sit still when he heard this news. He hurriedly shook Zhang Feng awake. Although he had been beaten up by Zhang Feng and their clothes had been torn, Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and decided to return to Shao Mountain early in the morning. At this time, Wei Shuyu and the other two on Shao Mountain were already furious. They had not brought a single servant with them this time. At this time, besides them, there were only a few hundred craftsmen left at the construction site. But in the middle of the night, when everyone was comfortably lying in bed and drinking beer after a tiring day, the barking of dogs in the middle of the night forced them to get out of bed. But not long after midnight, the guards at the construction site's gate let out a mournful cry, causing everyone's souls to leave their bodies. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone come! Enemy attack! There are tens of thousands of people. Chang'an and the others were naturally sensitive in this aspect, causing the three of them to immediately explode. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy attack come from? Why had they not heard of it? But the three of them still hurriedly got out of bed. There was nothing to do here, so they could only rush to the battlefield. But when they arrived at the construction site's gate, the craftsmen, especially Gan Ziyuan's group, had already arrived. Looking at the numerous torches below, as well as the scattered lanterns, they basically lit up the entire Pyrolite mountain. The academy's construction site was at the top of the mountain, and the path up the mountain had only been temporarily dug out. But now, looking at the people all over the mountain, even Chang'an could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Could it be that the Turks have come? F***CK. What? The Turks? Didn't they say that they were busy with internal strife? It would have been better if he hadn't heard it. After hearing it, Chang'an also exploded. Stop King arguing, it's so annoying. You, quickly call a few nimble people to quickly go down the mountain to call for reinforcements. And the rest of you, pick up your weapons and prepare the fortifications. F***CK. Do any of you have a knife? Or a crossbow? No one answered. However, Chang'an and the other two didn't have much hope. They were doing fine here, so who the hell would bring those things? I was too careless. Motherf***ker. If only Lao Tzu had brought some people to surround this place. Now, things had gone too far. Chang'an and the others cursed in their hearts, but they still hurriedly arranged their defenses. This place was too far away from Chang'an city. Even if it was nighttime, it would be impossible to attract Chang'an city's attention by burning the mountain. By the time Chang'an city's garrison arrived, it would be too late. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let those soldiers go back. F***CK. Wei Shuyu fiercely punched the Ho's head and said fiercely. Let's stop talking and get ready to fight. Fortunately, Fengzi and the other two are not here, otherwise we would all die here today. Chang'an held a torch and lit up the sentry platform. He shouted, brothers, it's time to fight for our lives. Fengzi, you have to have King conscience. If you don't King send me wine and meat during festivals, Lao Tzu won't let you go even if he becomes a ghost. Charge. While speaking, Chang'an suddenly roared. But at this moment, there were also faint cries of panic coming from the foot of the mountain. Don't shoot. We are the people of Chang'an city. Lords on the mountain, we are the people of Chang'an city. We are the people of the Tang dynasty. Don't shoot. Don't shoot, we are the people of the 10-mile slope outside Chang'an city. As the voices rang out one after another, Chang'an was dumbfounded. Everyone on Shao Mountain was dumbfounded. Iron Bull, what's going on? Did we hear it wrong? Or is this a trick of the Turks? No, Iron Bull, don't rush. Calm down. We are the people. Chang'an was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Isn't this a trick of the Turks? But what the F***CK is going on? Chang'an was dumbfounded. But he also knew that even if it was the Turks, hundreds of them were no match for them. But it was impossible for the Turks to speak fluent Guanzhong language. Chang'an had no choice but to gather his courage. He held a torch and rushed down the mountain with Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun. They wanted to see whether this was a trick of the Turks or they were really the people. But when their torches came close to the face of the fastest runner, even Wei Shuyu couldn't help but spit out vulgarities. F***CK. Isn't this the F***King guy from the west of the city? What the F*** are you doing here in the middle of the night? Are you summoning spirits? However, when the person he recognized saw that it was Wei Shuyu, a smile appeared on his dark face. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Wei. Why are you here? Are you also here to buy food? Chapter 564. That man. Wei Shuyu knew him. He used to drink fermented glutinous rice at his stall when he used the alias of young Master Wei. But at this moment, Wei Shuyu and the others finally put down the hoes and stones in their hands. He couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wei Shuyu, Chang'an, and Zhang Sun knew this man. Most importantly, this guy's fermented glutinous rice was famous in Chang'an. Alas! Young masters, you don't know. Ever since the locust plague, not only have we not been able to do our business, we haven't even been able to get enough money for food. Now, we can only have porridge for our meals every day. Chang'an looked at the densely packed heads in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. Are these the people of Chang'an? I'm from Shirley Slope. I'm from Lotus Pond. We're all from Lantian County, located at the bank of the Wei River. We've been in Chang'an for 3 days, but we haven't even been able to enter the city. Today, we heard that the White Deer Institute on Shao Mountain was giving out porridge and selling food. The locust plague in Chang'an. They all knew about it. But they had been carrying stones here these days and didn't have time to go to Chang'an City. But looking at the torches, they couldn't help but feel scared. So many people. With 20,000 dawn of food here, what should they do? Damn Feng Zi, why did he run away with Li Qingxian and the others at this time? This, Chong Zi, why don't we arrange for them to go in first? Ask them to cook. Otherwise, if they all stay here and attract the city defense army, we'll lose more than 10 dawn of food. Wei Shuyu pulled Zhang Sun Chang'an, and the other two to a corner to discuss. Regarding this thing, they had a headache. If it was a robbery, they would not be afraid. They would just take turns to beat it. But how could they beat it? They couldn't fight. They were in a dilemma. No, we have to ask someone to invite Feng Zi. Otherwise, no one can get involved. We're not good enough. In the end, Chang'an could only speak the truth after holding it in for a long time. Zhang Sun looked at the gate of the mountain and then looked at the others. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, you keep an eye on Chu Mo here. Shuyu and I will ride fast to Chang'an. On the one hand, we will call Feng Zi and the others. On the other hand, we will go to the palace. Okay. You two, don't run away. Otherwise, when I see you, I'll smash your heads. While they were talking, Wei Shuyu and Zhang Sun borrowed 2 horses from Gan Ziyuan and rode down the mountain. Gan Ziyuan was also dumbfounded. He looked at the person at the door and then at Chang'an. But in response to him was a roar Cheng. What are you looking at? Why don't you King arrange for these people to come in and cook? You're still waiting for me to do all this work. Hey. Okay. Gan Ziyuan knew his place. Now that Master Cheng had spoken, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he said he would beat someone up, he would beat them to death. Moreover, how could he not know Chang'an's true identity? He hurriedly ran over and ordered the people at the foot of the mountain to enter the construction site in an orderly manner. White Deer College was currently filled with wood and stone. Not far away, there was even a lime kiln that was still burning. The torches were still burning. Who would dare to do that? Although Gan Ziyuan didn't know what was in Chang'an's house, he understood from the fact that Chang'an and the other two were guarding it personally and from what those people had said. Those were all life-saving food. Although these people's lives were none of his business, this was the time to show his face. He would have to rely on these people to make a living in Chang'an City in the future. You, hurry up and get your wife and the others to cook. Hey. Old son, don't King go near that house in the dark. Do you know what's in that house? Let me say this first. You can go anywhere except this house. No one is allowed to come within 10 feet of it. If anyone dares to come close, you won't even know how you died. Do you understand? And the rest of you, don't just stand there. Lao Tzu knows that you used to work as chefs in Chang'an city. Get over here and cook. Chingchumo looked at the messy construction site and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. F***ck, Feng, what the F***ck are you doing? F***ck. On the other side. Wei Shuyu and Shang Suan Chong threw the crown prince's token they won from Li Qingxian at the wall of Chang'an city. The guards who were on guard were so scared that they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly opened the gate. However, when the two rushed into Chang'an city on mules, the guards were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's wrong with these two devil kings? Riding mules? Entering the city in the middle of the night with the crown prince's token? Chapter 565. When the sun had just risen, Zhang Feng and the other two's palanquins had just arrived at White Deer College on Shao Mountain. Last night, after Zhang Sun and Wei Shuyu informed Zhang Feng and the other two, as well as Li Shimin immediately mobilized 300 imperial guards from the palace to disguise themselves as guards. They brought the 3,000 stones of bone-strengthening powder that Zhang Feng had asked him to leave behind and went up Shao Mountain in the middle of the night. When Zhang Feng and the other two arrived at White Deer College, the starving people had finally been appeased. However, when they saw that there were still people arriving one after another, even though Zhang Feng had already predicted this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Feng Zi. Sir, you're finally here. When Chingchumo saw Zhang Feng, he finally couldn't help but hug Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, you don't know. Do you know how I spent the night? Damn it, I didn't sleep the entire night. Zhang Feng rubbed his chin and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly sized up these people. He was pondering how to arrange these people. Iron Bull, how many people are here right now? How would I know? Hey, Gon, where the F***ck did you go? How would Chingchumo know this? He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. Gon Ziyuan, who was in the middle of busying himself, heard Chingchumo's roar and his whole body trembled. He hurriedly ran to the mountain gate. Greetings, Prince Zhang, young Master Li, tell me, how many people are here? Zhang Feng pointed at the people who were laying straw mats on the construction site. Some of them were even wrapped in clothes and sleeping in the mud. At this moment, when the commoners saw that the person in charge had arrived, they all stood up and looked at Zhang Feng with pleading eyes. Replying to young Master Zhang, a total of about 3,000 people came to Lord Zhang's place last night after midnight, and another 1,000 people came one after another until now this morning. Zhang Feng nodded. He snapped his fingers. Hey, De Bing, I'll leave these people to you. Old Gon, do a good job. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded. Enough. Hearing this, Gon Ziyuan hurriedly kowtowed. Li Qingxian couldn't help but pull Zhang Feng and ask, these people, do you plan to? Who are these people? These people were the foundation of the Tang dynasty, but what about now? How could Li Qingxian not be worried when these people were starving? Zhang Feng patted Li Qingxian's shoulder and said, I know what you're worried about, but you have to know that I only have 20,000 dawn of grain here. All I can do is do my best. I'm just a commoner. Do you really think I'm a god? But, Li Qingxian was anxious. So many people. Perhaps he didn't understand the disaster victims before, but along the way, when he saw the leaves and bark being boiled in the pot, Li Qingxian couldn't stand it anymore. In his life, he spent most of his time in the palace, or secretly went to the brothel with Zhang Sun Chong and the others, or went to Yan Lai Lu to taste poetry. How could he know that the suffering of the world would be like this? At this moment, Du Go and the others couldn't help but have their eyes turn red. Zhang Feng patted their shoulders and sighed. Then, he walked alone to the only wooden building. As soon as he left, the commoners couldn't help but follow closely. When they touched the earthen pots in their hands, they made a clanking sound. Zhang Feng couldn't help but stop. Looking at those people who were looking at him with eager eyes, Zhang Feng fell silent. He was not a good person. He was not a bad person. He just wanted to live a good life. Previously, he had told Old Li everything he could say and everything he could. He wanted to pass it on to the current dynasty through him. However, because of the pedantry of this era, the distrust of the nobles, and the exploitation of the rich and powerful families, in the end, although to a large extent, Zhang Feng had suppressed the plague of locusts and even produced beer, he had not been able to do much. To the greatest extent, they could make use of the moldy and rotten wheat in the field. But, after all, the strength of one person couldn't fight against this era. Zhang Feng had no choice but to stay. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I know what you're thinking. You just want to fill your stomachs and live. I'll be frank. I only have 20,000 dan of grain here. I'm sure you all know this. Therefore, what I said before, I'll keep it. As long as you can bear the burden, even if you can walk or read, I'll find a way for you to live. However, this isn't a charity hall. You've seen Shao Mountain, right? If you want to live, do as I said before. I, Zhang Feng, mean what I say." After saying this, Zhang Feng resolutely walked into the wooden house. However, the moment he turned around, all the commoners uniformly knelt on the ground. This scene made Li Qingxian, Wei Shuyu, Zhang Sun, Du Go, Qing Chumo, and even Gan Ziyuan cry. "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. May the heavens bless you, sir, to live a long life. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." Chapter 566. If it was Zhang Feng's arrangement, Li Qingxian and the others might have resisted. They would have been reluctant. But now? When they saw this shocking scene, they really regarded Zhang Feng as a mentor from the bottom of their hearts. Li Qingxian took a deep breath and then shouted, "Everyone! From today onwards, Shao Mountain is your home. Everyone knows the rules, right? If you don't have money and want to work in lieu of labor, come to me and register." Du Go also sniffed. This was the first time he felt a surge of pride other than books. "If you want to buy food, come to me." Qing Chumo slammed his fist on a copper gong and roared, "If you have the strength to be a bricklayer, or if you can carry something on your shoulders, or if you can be a carpenter, come to me. Even if you know how to make bamboo, or if you know how to make a kiln, you have to fucking come with me. Lao Tzu can't guarantee other things, but as long as Lao Tzu eats, you can King eat. I want literate people, regardless of age. As long as you can read, come to me. I want." Gan Ziyuan was dumbfounded. Seeing these famous stubborn people acting like this, he couldn't help but stare at the craftsman and roar, "Mother Ker, aren't you King embarrassed? Didn't you complain that you don't have enough manpower? What the CK are you standing there for? Go and King work for Lao Tzu. Women, don't just stand there. Go and King cook. CK your second uncle. As long as you're not dead, get your second uncle moving." Following a series of roars and howls, the entire White Deer College came to life. Zhang Feng sat in the room and listened to everything outside. He was silent. He was thinking about something. That was, how were they going to feed these people? There were already 5,000 people here. If more people came, it would be terrible. Zhang Feng hurriedly opened the door again and waved at Li Qingxian, who was extremely busy. Li Qingxian hurried over and asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm busy here." "Don't be busy. Didn't you bring 300 servants with you? Leave it to them. I have something to talk to you about. Go and call them over." Li Qingxian was stunned. Seeing Zhang Feng's serious face, he didn't say anything and hurried off. After a while, a few people hurriedly came again. Once they entered the door, Zhang Feng closed the door and called the guards that Li Qingxian brought over to guard the door. He said, "You saw it along the way. Things are not good now. It's only the first day, and there are already 5,000 people. What will happen after 10 days? So 20,000 dan of grain isn't enough?" Li Qingxian exposed Zhang Feng's words and said. Zhang Feng nodded. That's true. So now I want you to go back and borrow grain. Just take it as I, Zhang Feng, borrow it, okay? Li Qingxian was silent. A few people were silent. How could they not know that they couldn't wait for hundreds of thousands of dawn of grain to fall from the sky and give each of them a stone? But, the reality was cruel. Everyone knew the current situation. Even if they had grain, they were basically holding it to death. Who would be stupid enough to take it out? When Zhang Feng saw their expressions, his face could not help but sink. Was there really no hope? What should he do? These people at least wanted to live. But now, he was not a living Buddha and couldn't conjure grain. At this time, what should he do? Zhang Feng couldn't help but push open the window. It wasn't because he thought Xing Chimo's feet were smelly, but because he wanted to see if there was any other way on the mountain. Outside the window, the trees that had been gnawed by locusts were now sprouting. And on the ground, there were traces of green. Where was the grain? Outside the window, in the north, in the depths of Shao Mountain, there was a dark place. That was the ranch where chickens, ducks, and pigs were stored. And next to the ranch was the brick kiln factory of Shao Mountain. There was no road here. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be able to transport the bricks up to Pyrolite Mountain in a short period of time. Therefore, under Zhang Feng's strong request, Li Qingxian and the others hurriedly found a kiln and built 8 brick kilns here. There was no lack of mud or wood on Shao Mountain, which made it a natural place for kilns. Most importantly, Zhang Feng was short of money. What made Zhang Feng overjoyed was that there was actually a limestone mine on this desolate mountain. This discovery made Zhang Feng go wild with joy for a very, very long time. This thing finally made Zhang Feng decide to do a big job here. He even put the place where the porridge was distributed here. But, now it was all good. He played it big. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's head started to hurt again. Sigh. Motherf asterisk cur, I was too careless. This grain, Motherf asterisk cur, what if there are more people? No, you guys think of a way for Lao Tzu. Li Qingxian and the others heard this, looked at each other, and finally sighed. We thought that you had everything planned out, so. Chapter 567. Zhang Feng wanted to curse. But he still couldn't find anyone. He couldn't help but sit down on the bench and stare blankly out of the window. What could he do to maximize the benefits of this little bit of food? Fengzi, I heard a rumor. We only need to hold on for half a month. Half a month later, a batch of food will arrive in Chang'an from Hunan province. Aren't you talking nonsense? Lao Tzu is asking how to hold on for now. Half a month? Who can eat 20,000 dawn of food in this half a month? Even 5,000 people won't be enough to eat. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. However, Li Qingxian's words really made Zhang Feng heave a deep sigh of relief. Half a month? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a way. Li Qingxian, quickly go to Chang'an City and find someone for me. No matter what method you use, you have to find him for me. Who? Sun Simiao. Fengzi, why do you want me to find Dr. Sun Simiao for this matter? He won't be able to solve the problem even if he comes. Yes, if he's here, then everything will be easy. Zhang Feng said with certainty, there are only 20,000 dawn of food now. Even if each person eats 1 or 2 dawn of food a day, these 5,000 people will have to eat 500 dawn of food a day. This is only now. What if more people come? What if more people come to buy food? What about this? This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, if 5,000 people come every day, what should we do? If the imperial edict is issued, and there are students coming, what should we do? Li Qingxian and the others were silent. However, they couldn't connect this matter with Sun Simiao even if they were beaten to death. Sun Simiao can be called the king of medicine, so naturally, he has studied all kinds of plants in this mountain. If we can ask him to help us dig out all the edible things in this mountain, buzz. Li Qingxian and the others couldn't help but feel a roar in their minds. That's not right, Fengzi. This mountain has long been emptied. As long as it's edible, Li Qingxian was about to say something, but before he could finish, his entire body froze. If it was any other place, not to mention grass, even tree bark would have been ground into powder and eaten. But where was this place? This was Mount E, the usually stingy Mount E. If Zhang Feng hadn't wanted to come here, who would have known about this barren mountain? They could not help but think of a bold idea. Zhang Feng, this guy, thought of something incredible again. Okay, then I'll go down the mountain now and see if I can get some food. As Li Qingxian spoke, he hurriedly left. Just as Li Qingxian left, Old He and the others from Tong Huifang also brought pots, bowls, ladles, basins, or bags of things up the mountain. As soon as they arrived at the mountain gate, everyone was stunned by what they saw. The mountain was empty before, but what about now? How long had it been? All they could see were heads. Old He and the others couldn't help but ask the guards at the gate, "Sir, we're looking for the person in charge here. We're his neighbors, and he asked us to come." The person in charge? The imperial guards were stunned. They looked at the crown prince who had just left, then looked at the wooden house, and then understood. "Wait, I'll go and report." After a while, Zhang Feng, Qing Chimo, and the others arrived at the mountain gate. When Old He and the others saw Zhang Feng, they waved their hands. He waved his hand and shouted, "Neighbors, give all the things you brought to Feng Zi. Feng Zi, this is the last bit of food left in my family. Take it for emergency." As Old He spoke, he threw a deflated cloth bag full of pudding to Zhang Feng and waved his hand, "Old He's family, go and do your work. By the way, young Master Du, what are we doing?" Dugo was stunned. Zhang Feng was stunned. All the guards were stunned. Seeing the thousands of neighbors put the bags that were still warm in their arms at Zhang Feng's feet, and slowly piled up, everyone's eyes were wet. The people who were working in the distance couldn't help but stare. They all stopped what they were doing and looked over. Old He. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and shouted angrily. He pulled Old He to the side and scolded, "You brought all of your people here. What about your family?" "Family? My whole family is here." "What about your daughter?" "I sent her to Miss Jingshu." When Zhang Feng heard this, he was anxious. "Then your food." Before he could finish, Old He waved his hand and said with a serious face, "Feng Zi, we're neighbors, right?" "Yes. You helped us when we were in trouble. Now that you're in trouble, if we don't help you, who will? You're the pride of our Tonghui Square. So, your problems are the problems of the entire Tonghui Square. Okay, let's stop talking. Young Master Du, let's get to work. Don't be stunned." At this moment, a loud voice came from the mountain gate again. "All the veterans of the Serenity Square have brought 30 dan of food to make a living. Brother Zhang, do you want us to be disabled?" Chapter 568. Isan Pastry Shop, 90 dan of grain. Tufu Zheng, 10 dan of grain. Baotai Bank, 130 dan of grain. Cripple Wang from Tong Huifang, 15 dan of grain. Yen Lai Restaurant, 300 dan of grain. Lord Niu from Chang'an and local government, 27 dan of grain and 1,200 strings of coins. Voices sounded one after another. In front of Zhang Feng, bags of grain were piled up like a mountain. Wei Shuyu and the others were trembling all over. What did Zhang Feng do that made so many people respond to his call? What did Zhang Feng do? Wasn't this what they wanted? But what about them? Other than relying on their fists and their father's name, who would care about them? Although everyone was respectful in front of him, what was he? Was that his own charm? No. It was those people who were afraid of him. But now, Zhang Feng didn't say a word, and these people who rarely interacted with him, even if they had never met him, were willing to send grain. What was this? This was where Zhang Feng's charm lay. Unconsciously, a touch of passion flashed in their eyes. Was this what they were going to learn in the future? Was this also what the academy was going to learn in the future? But at this moment, Zhang Feng took a deep breath, clasped his fist and said to everyone one by one, thank you for your kindness. I will remember everything today, and in the future. Hey! How can I wait for the future? If you don't mind, you can use my son. Even if he dies, it's because he doesn't have the ability. Not to mention my sons, if you like my old bones, I'll sell them to you in the future. But you have to provide me with food. Ha 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 ha. Old Zheng, do you want your son to learn how to butcher pigs? F***ck off. Lao Tzu's son will enter the Ministry of Works in the future. You'd better learn to be obedient, or when we become rich with Feng Zi, you'll still be playing with mud. Ha ha ha. Good. Everyone, thank you for thinking so highly of me. I won't forget your help today. My academy doesn't have any requirements. As long as you want to learn, even if you are a blockhead, as long as you want to climb up, Zhang Feng, can't guarantee anything, but I can at least let you learn some skills that can at least feed your family in these 3 years. Zhang Feng said so. Instantly, there was a roar of exclamation and ecstasy. There were even some commoners who pressed down on their children and kowtowed to Zhang Feng. But at this time, those refugees were also anxious. My lord, can our family's child come? Even if it's just to pour some night incense for you. That's right, my lord. Just tell me, even if you want my child to do odd jobs, it's fine. Sir, Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. He looked at Du Go and the others and said, I know that you were born with a golden spoon in your mouth. Are you confused? I didn't do anything, so why would they come here at this time? Why didn't they come here when they knew about the existence of the imperial edict? Why? Du Go and the others shook their heads. At this time, not only them, but everyone present was silent. Zhang Feng continued, this is not because I, Zhang Feng, have any ability. It is because I am on their side. What do they need? What they need is to learn how to read, to get rid of their slave status, to make a name for themselves. But you, from the moment you were born, you never thought about these things. Of course, you also have your own goals. That is to get rid of the identity of a merchant and enter the official career. And they are the same type of people as you and me. Everyone wants to take a step forward. That's why they were willing to take out the last bit of food they had when they saw these people who had no food to eat. This is not because they are noble, but because they want to help these people. They have always had a thought in their hearts. That is, no work, no reward. That is why they didn't come before. They were waiting for an opportunity. Otherwise, they would feel sorry in their hearts. They would feel that this matter will always be a sore point in their hearts. Confucius once said that to teach a person a profession, there must be a reward. I did not ask for money. This is not because I am noble, but because they are poor. So they used this method to gift to me. Otherwise, even if they are successful in their studies, they will still be pointed at behind their backs. Zhang Feng sighed and said, of course, my academy is not for everyone. If you want to come here, then you must participate in the construction of the academy. This is also a test. Money, I will set the rules here today. As long as it is the academy opened by me, Zhang Feng, anyone who wants to come here will not ask for money. But you must build your own residence here with your own hands and without anyone's help. This is the basics. If you can't even build your own residence, then may I ask, what is the use of learning this thing? Chapter 569. Zhang Feng didn't have any other intentions. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to tell everyone that they could get free education. You could go to school for free here, even if you were a blockhead. But at the very least, you had to have the ability to support yourself. If you didn't even have this ability, you should scram back to where you came from. However, the meaning of these words was even more different in everyone's ears. But now, Zhang Feng's words dispelled the worries of the people in Chang'an. On the other hand, he was telling the refugees that if they wanted to stay here, they had to rely on their own abilities. It was impossible for them to steal chickens and dogs. At this moment, after the citizens cheered for a while, they once again joined in the construction of the White Deer Institute in a frenzy. There was no other reason other than that they wanted to show Zhang Feng their capabilities. On the other side, Zhu Zi's father and the others were basically dragging their families along. Without Dugo saying anything, these people even brought a dozen big pots. Moreover, they were using the same kind of pots used to cook pigs' food. At this moment, more than a dozen pots were set up. Smoke rose in spirals from the kitchen chimneys. At this moment, on the other side, in front of Dugo, this kid still had some backbone. He didn't want a single person. He set up a small table and placed the 4 treasures of the study on it. He only called an old man who knew how to read and write. He checked the identities of the people who bought the food to see if there was one person per household. Then, he distributed the food and registered it. Although he was a little flustered previously, after more than a dozen people, he was able to start selling the food in an orderly manner. On the other side, Wei Shuyu, Ching Chumo, and Zhang Sun Chong were giving orders. No, it could be said that they were bare-chested and carrying pieces of rocks on their backs. Some of them had taken off their clothes and were only wearing a piece of cloth. They were jumping into the mud to make mud. Even the women and children were following the women at the construction site. They were scraping tree bark or weaving bamboo frames. Seeing this, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the busy old he, Zhang Feng quietly called old he to the side and said, "Old he, this porridge, you have to control it to the extent of 1 or 2 meters per person. First, pour the porridge into the dozens of big wooden barrels. You have to remember this clearly. Later, you call Zhu Zi's father, or you, one of you, go over there and catch 30 chickens and 30 ducks. Clean them all up, then take 3 big pots and boil it as hard as you can." Old he couldn't help but be stunned. That's not right, Feng Zi. These chickens and ducks are such good things. How can you waste them like this? Logically speaking, if there wasn't enough food, wouldn't it be the same if they added some grass and roots? How could he add such a good item? Wouldn't that be a waste? You know nothing. Zhang Feng glared at old he. Look, this is all physical work. How can you do it just by drinking? In less than 3 days, this person will be exhausted. Just do as I say. After saying that, Zhang Feng ignored old he, who was exasperated with his failure to live up to his expectations, and turned to Zhu Zi's father and said, "I have a bag of things in my house. Don't ask what it is. You only have 1 pot. When the porridge is ready, add 2 pounds of it to each pot. You ask, and you do it." Zhu Zi's father was still in a daze. When he reacted, Zhang Feng had already run away. Zhang Feng didn't do anything else. He was just tinkering with his new thing. He was tinkering with a porridge that could resist hunger. Bone-strengthening powder, plus chicken, duck, and pig porridge. To put it bluntly, it was 8 treasures porridge. In this era, it was definitely not enough to just drink porridge. If a person's appetite was lacking in oil and water, even if you gave him a bowl of rice, he would still be able to finish it. However, if he was given enough oil and water, not only would he be able to save on food, but he would also be able to resist hunger and strengthen his body. This was the real good stuff. Previously, he had collected those locusts next door, which he didn't have time to sell, or prepared to use as feed for pigs, cows, and horses. Now, he got them all in baskets. Basically, this was a great help to him. However, only God knew how many more refugees would come by then. He only hoped that there would be fewer refugees. Otherwise, he would have a lot of fun. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng came to the pig farm in the valley. At this time, Jing Tufu had already brought his son, Jing Wenkai, and a large group of workers here to scold those craftsmen. They had hurt the pigs all over. Seeing Zhang Feng coming over, Jing Tufu was shocked. He hurried over and said, "Brother Zhang, this is not a place you can come to. It's too dirty. Go quickly." No, I'm here for you." Zhang Feng pointed at the pigs, which numbered at least 3,000, and said, "How about it? I'll leave all these to you. Is it okay?" Jing Tufu stared at him when he heard that. You're looking down on me, aren't you? Our Zheng family has been butchers for generations. We don't have any other skills, but we do have some skills when it comes to butchering and selling meat. But this group of bastards, how could they ruin these oily and slippery pigs like this? If these pigs are kept like this, they'll be finished sooner or later. Zhang Feng was interested. Then what do you think we should do with these pigs? Chapter 570. Hearing that, Zheng Tufu could not help but feel excited. Pointing at a rock, the two of them squatted on the rock and looked at the pigs in the open-air pig pen. Look at these pigs. They eat the grasshoppers so well that they look glossy and smooth. If you eat them at this time, the stench in the meat will lessen a lot. The most important thing is that these pigs are too fat. If they are kept like this, they will lose fat every day. My heart aches just looking at them. Zhang Feng could not help but shake his head when he heard that. I asked you to come here because of this. Do you know of a type of pig that can stretch up to 200 caddies? What? 200 caddies of fat pig? Zheng Tufu exploded. His exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that, Zheng Tufu hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and asked in a low voice, well, little brother, tell me. How can a pig grow up to 200 caddies? My family has been dealing with pigs for several generations. I really didn't know that a pig could grow up to 200 caddies. Are you sure this is true? In this era, pigs that could grow up to 150 caddies had to have been reared for at least 3 to 5 years. However, the stench of the pig could be smelled even from a few streets away. This type of pig was basically kept for breeding. Or an old sow, otherwise, a normal pig wouldn't be able to reach 150 caddies. The pig that Butcher Zheng gave to Zhang Feng last time was a pig that Butcher Zheng had been raising for 4.5 years. Although the pork was selling well, especially in the past few months, it was a different story for this kind of pig. Although it was embarrassing, it was very nutritious. Therefore, it was really rare to give something like this to someone. However, to be able to rear a 200 caddies pig? And a big fat pig at that? How was that possible? Zhang Feng smiled faintly. You don't need to know how it grew up to 200 caddies. You'll know when the time comes. Let me ask you, if I give this pig to you, will you take it? When the time comes, I'll make this pig farm suffer a huge loss. Not to mention Chang'an city, even Tubo and Turkic people will come to buy our pigs. Are you willing to be the king of pigs? Yes. How could Zheng Tufu not do it? He had been dealing with pigs all his life. Now that he was here, not only could he find a successful husband for his son, but he could also put down his butcher knife and do other things. How could he not do it? However, Zheng Tufu still asked with uncertainty, little brother Zhang, this pig is easy to deal with, but this is just a low-grade thing after all. Are you sure this thing will sell well when the time comes? Of course. But, who told you that this pig is an animal? Just wait and see. When the time comes, I can guarantee that these pigs will grow to 200 pounds in less than half a year. Moreover, these pigs won't have any foul smell on them. This is something better than beef and mutton. Hearing this, Zheng Tufu's eyes turned red. A mouthful of phlegm was stuck in his throat, making gurgling sounds. Both of his hands gripped Zhang Feng tightly, causing Zhang Feng to grimace in pain. I say, isn't this just a pig? Do you have to be like this? If they had the fodder and the food I prepared, let alone half a year, they would be able to grow to 200 pounds in 3 months. I say, you. Zhang Feng was not lying. There was actually a problem with this pig's breed. However, the most important thing was that the people of this era did not have the habit of feeding pigs. Basically, every pig was either a breeding pig or a sow. It would be strange if they tasted good. If he were to lose weight, he would no longer care about anything else. He would only know how to eat and sleep. It would be strange if he didn't gain weight. However, to the people of this era, all of this was too inconceivable. Zhang Feng patted Zheng Tufu, who was still rooted to the ground. Old Zheng, there's a lot to learn. If you do it, I'll pass on all my pig rearing skills to you. What do you think? You want to. You want to pass on all your pig rearing skills to me? You know how to rear pigs? Zheng Tufu went crazy. However, this was not important. What was important was that Zhang Feng was going to pass on his skills. Zheng Tufu could not help but kneel in front of Zhang Feng agitatedly and kowtow 3 times. No matter how hard Zhang Feng tried to pull him up, he could not. Zhang Feng did not care. Was this not a perfect pig rearing system? Was this necessary? After settling Zheng Tufu down with much difficulty, Zhang Feng said, "Since you've agreed, then in a few days, I'll give you a secret. You must not tell anyone. I promise, even if the heavenly king Lao Tzu asks, I, old Zheng, will not tell anyone." Zheng Tufu swore for a while. Zhang Feng was speechless again. "All right, it's all up to you. However, you have to go back to your old profession. Kill a pig, kill one every day. Remove the foul smell, chop it up and throw it into the pot to stew. When the foul smell is gone, pour it into the bowl of porridge. Remember, you must dare to do it before these people start eating." As he spoke, Zhang Feng took out a small cloth bag from his chest and handed it to Zheng Tufu. "You know what's inside. When the time comes, go to the pharmacy and get me some more. Every time you get pork, give me this bag. Also, don't be stingy with the salt. Put in what you need." Zhang Feng instructed Zheng Tufu on some matters. Zheng Tufu opened the cloth bag subconsciously. The cloth bag contained nothing but star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves and so on. Zheng Tufu could not help but be stunned. Were these not the usual medicinal herbs from the pharmacy? Could this be pork? Chapter 571. Li Qingxian was very busy. On Yulon Mountain, he had been greatly affected. This was especially true when he saw those people kneel before Zhang Feng, and when old he and the others brought their families with them, all of them bringing their last grain with them. As the crown prince, when would he ever have such prestige? He had heard everything Zhang Feng had said. But he had not stepped forward. He had memorized everything Zhang Feng had said from a distance. Once they reached the foot of Yulon Mountain, Li Qingxian urged his horse and his guards back to the eastern palace. The moment he entered, he issued 3 orders. Pass on my order. Hurry and find divine Dr. Sun Simiao. Second, take my crown prince token and go from house to house to borrow grain. If you lend it to this crown prince today, once the famine is over, this crown prince will return to Dan. Third, gather all the properties under the eastern palace and sell everything that should be sold, especially this one's fields. Sell them all for grain. The eunuchs and guards of the eastern palace were all dumbfounded. What was wrong with the crown prince? He had been fine just a moment ago. It had only been a day since they last met, but he had almost sold the entire eastern palace. This matter had also alarmed the crown princess, Ho Junji's daughter. The crown princess rushed into the study, and when she saw Li Qingxian's anxious face, she couldn't help but cry. "Crown prince, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly?" Li Qingxian's eyes brightened at the sight of the crown princess, and he grabbed her hand. "Beloved consort, I remember that your father has 1,000 mu of fertile land, right?" The crown princess was taken aback. She nodded. "That's wonderful. Right now, let's write a letter to Lord Father-in-law. I want to borrow grain from him. How much grain does your Highness Crown Prince want to borrow from old man?" At this moment, Ho Junji slowly walked out of the rear hall, his hands behind his back. Li Qingxian hastily got up and bowed as a junior would. In truth, there was no need for this sort of greeting between him and Ho Junji. Although they were father and son-in-law, they were still sovereign and subject. But Li Qingxian was truly anxious at this moment. "Father-in-law, your arrival is truly wonderful. Do you have any more grain?" Ho Junji's eyes flashed. "If you had asked yesterday, that old man would have given you 300 to 500 stones without a second thought." "But, Sai." Li Qingxian was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Ho Junji patted Li Qingxian on the shoulder and gestured for the crown princess to leave. Then he said, "A few days ago, His Majesty summoned all of us back to the capital precisely because of the food shortage. During the morning court session today, the old man did not see you. Just what were you busy with? Why did I hear that you were tinkering with White Deer College on some abandoned mountain outside Chang'an City? Isn't this a wedding disturbance? As the crown prince, how can you mess around with those commoners? Also, why don't you consider your identity? And the impact this matter would have on the court? When the old man was in Luozhou, he often heard that you don't attend court and often go to Chang'an. Now the officials have a lot of opinions about you. Ho Junji was rather dissatisfied with the crown prince's recent actions. He didn't know what the crown prince was doing, and he even suspected that the crown prince was intentionally concealing this information. And no one else besides the emperor could do this. He didn't know what the emperor was doing, but all the strange phenomena in Chang'an City seemed to revolve around one person. That person was Zhang Feng. From the establishment of that strange university in Chang'an to this White Deer College, the emperor had actually personally issued a decree. What did this mean? Moreover, he dared to conclude that this Zhang Feng had an extremely close relationship with the crown prince. After receiving all this information, Ho Junji was certain that all the countermeasures had to do with Zhang Feng. The fine salt, the way to deal with Tubo and the other countries, the control of the locust plague, and so on. Which one of these wasn't a magnificent feat that could stun the world? But he knew that none of these things could have been done by Li Shimin, nor could they have been done by people like Feng Xianling or Du Ruhui. And they certainly couldn't have been done by the crown prince. Everything was clear. All of this had been done by Zhang Feng. This was also very strange. What was Zhang Feng up to? Why was he doing this? Moreover, Ho Junji could vaguely sense a change in the crown prince's behavior. The crown prince had always been extremely respectful to him, and they had maintained a constant correspondence, but in the past half a year, the letters had stopped. Ho Junji couldn't help but wonder why. But based on the crown prince's actions today, there seemed to be a major problem. Fortunately, Li Shimin's other sons had not participated in this matter. Otherwise, he would have had to go to Shao Mountain and see for himself just what sort of divine figure this Zhang Feng was. He, Ho Junji, had decided on the future emperor, and no one could lightly shake his position. Ho Junji's eyes flashed as he stroked his beard. Crown Prince, there's no need to be impatient. As the heir apparent, you should show the demeanor you should have. What do you need grain for? Is it for Shao Mountain? Li Qingxian nodded. It truly is for Shao Mountain. At least 6,000 disaster victims have gathered at Shao Mountain, and one of my brothers has stored up 20,000 dan of grain to help the disaster victims. But 20,000 dan still isn't enough. Thus, this prince wants to see if he can go down the mountain and gather some more grain. Ho Junji asked a few more questions, and then he narrowed his eyes and walked around the crown prince's study for around an hour. Finally, he said, I can give you 10,000 dan of grain, but you have to tell His Majesty about this matter in court, or else I won't give you a single coin. Chapter 572. Ho Junji's final words caused Li Qingxian's eyes to brighten. How could he not know what Ho Junji was talking about? On the contrary, he was keenly aware of what was going on. It was precisely because he knew what Ho Junji was talking about that Li Qingxian couldn't help but hesitate. He clearly knew what his father-in-law was thinking. He wanted nothing more than to preserve his position as heir apparent. But in truth, before Zhang Feng had appeared, he truly had been extremely worried about this. He had been worried that his fourth brother, Qingke, might be his greatest enemy. It was simply because his fourth brother was too beloved by his imperial father and imperial mother. In the past, he truly had been very wary of Li Tai, but that was all in the past. After Zhang Feng appeared, he clearly felt that his imperial father wasn't biased in this matter. At the very least, he hadn't allowed Li Tai to study at the academy. But even if he did come to the academy, given his domineering personality, would Zhang Feng care about him? If he wasn't killed by Zhang Feng, it would be because Li Tai was lucky. But he was different. He had long since called Zhang Feng his brother, and Li Qingxian believed that this friendship was extremely firm. At the very least, Zhang Feng basically told him everything. Take this matter as an example. Although it seemed like Zhang Feng was making random arrangements, upon careful consideration, Li Qingxian understood what Zhang Feng was thinking. Qing Chimo and the others were skilled in the army. Although carrying bricks didn't seem to have anything to do with that, Li Qingxian vaguely sensed that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Feng's arrangements. The reason was that Du Go liked to study mathematics, so he had arranged for Li Qingxian to do this so that Li Qingxian could use it in his daily life. But while he couldn't see anything wrong with his mission, Li Qingxian vaguely sensed that he was acting as the steward of White Deer College. Otherwise, why would he leave the matter of registering names and searching for people to him? If he really was the son of a merchant, then finding Sun Simiao would mean that he was trying to make friends with someone of high status. But, however, this was exactly what Li Qingxian lacked. If he could make use of this to settle this matter, wouldn't these people's connections all recognize him? That would be very useful to the imperial court. After all, Sun Simiao was a miracle doctor. His status was extremely important. Li Qingxian was in a daze. Moreover, there would occasionally be a look on his face that said he had everything under control. How could the shrewd Ho Junji not see it? Your Highness the Crown Prince, this old man shall not disturb you any further. I will be attending the morning assembly tomorrow as well. At that time, it will be up to your Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Li Qingxian bowed. Duke Chen, thank you for your concern for the people. On behalf of the people in Chang'an and who were affected by the disaster, I thank you, Duke. Ho Junji meaningfully glanced at Li Qingxian before indifferently saying, I must ask Crown Prince to forgive the Crown Princess. It was old man who did not properly educate her, so it was inevitable that she would offend Crown Prince in some matters. With these words, Ho Junji left. Li Qingxian didn't think too much about it. Ho Junji's grain was enough to stabilize the disaster relief on Shao Mountain, but it was far from enough. Just as Zhang Feng had said, there was still no telling how many students would come. Basically everyone in Chang'an city that could come had arrived, and those who had yet to arrive were still watching. If students from other places came, those people in Chang'an city who were watching would definitely hurry over. When the time came, there was still a shortage of grain. Li Qingxian sighed. Then he hurried out of the Eastern Palace. The moment Li Qingxian left the Eastern Palace, someone reported the matter of the Crown Prince and Ho Junji to Li Shimin. Li Shimin couldn't help but be taken aback by this news. What did you say? The Crown Prince is borrowing grain? In the imperial study, Li Shimin was wearing a thin robe with an imperial robe draped over his body. Although it was stuffy and hot, how could Li Shimin have the leisure to go to the pavilion in the middle of the lake to enjoy the cool air? All the memorials were asking for grain, grain, and grain. Li Shimin even felt like killing someone. And now, he had heard that Ho Junji had gone to see the Crown Prince, and that the Crown Prince had issued 3 orders upon returning from Shao Mountain: sell property, sell land, and trade for grain. He had even sent someone with the Crown Prince's token to receive grain. Li Shimin couldn't help but think of something. That was Shishan. He hurriedly asked, we ask you, what is the current situation on Shao Mountain? Little Gizi hastily replied, Your Majesty, according to the reports of our scouts, after the message was sent last night, nearly 6,500 people have gone up Shao Mountain. Li Shimin couldn't help but slightly frown. 6,500 people? So many? Then how many disaster victims are accommodated in Chang'an city every day? Your Majesty, 3,000 people enter Chang'an every day after their identities are confirmed, and they are all gathered around the reclining square. In the last few days, more than 10,000 disaster victims have entered Chang'an, and those who were unable to enter Chang'an and those who were on their way have all gone up Shao Mountain. Chapter 573. This is bad. Li Shimin's face darkened when he heard that. Summon Fang Xianling now. Your Majesty, Fang Xianling is waiting outside. Summon him. A moment later, Fang Xianling entered the imperial study. They had not seen each other for a few days. Fang Xuanling's face was full of vicissitudes. His cloudy eyes were bloodshot. His gray hair was gathered together carelessly. Even his crown was slanted, as if it was about to fall off. Li Shimin, who was a little angry, could not help but calm down when he saw Fang Xuanling's appearance. Fang Xianling, how is the disaster relief in Chang'an city coming along? Your Majesty, I'm sorry for my incompetence. Fang Xianling knelt down and kowtowed. Li Shimin put down the booklet and helped Fang Xianling up personally. He asked, tell me about it. Yes. Fang Xianling said, 3 days ago, I was ordered to open the granary in Chang'an city for disaster relief. But the granary in Guanlong was also opened at the same time. Our treasury was supposed to give out 100 dan of food every day, but the people in Guanlong were spreading rumors that the food in our treasury was old. There were even rumors that there were more than 100,000 dan of food in our treasury. And the disaster victims believed the rumors. They kept asking for food. There were even robberies. Then, the people in Guanlong opened the granary. The price of food, which was originally 5 copper coins, skyrocketed to 13 copper coins within a day. When Li Shimin heard this, a murderous aura suddenly emerged. Bang! Li Shimin slapped the bookshelf hard and roared angrily, didn't I order the treasury to suppress the price of food? Why is the price of food so fierce? Your Majesty, the granary was indeed open to the public, but many of the people who came to buy food died mysteriously. Many more were robbed by mysterious people. Then there was a rumor that the food in the granary was inauspicious. The locust god had returned to punish the people who came to buy food. Fang Xianling didn't dare to say another word. How could Li Shimin not know what he was going to say next? Li Shimin was so angry that his teeth were bleeding. Good, very good. Seeing that we're facing a disaster, I won't lower myself to their level, but they actually think that I don't dare to kill? Men, pass on my decree. Mobilize the Chang'an garrison and the secret agents of the Ministry of Justice. Kill anyone who dares to act rashly. Anyone who dares to spread rumors will be killed. Anyone who dares to raise prices will be killed. If the root cause is found, 9 generations of the clan will be executed. Li Shimin really wanted to kill him. However, when Fang Xianling heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Your Majesty, right now is the time of the disaster. If we were to fall out with Guanlong at this time, wouldn't the ones who suffer be the victims? This old subject earnestly requests Your Majesty to take back the order. It won't be too late to wait until the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments have finished their investigations. Take it slow. Li Shimin was so angry that he laughed. Then tell me, what should I do with the victims of the disaster in Chang'an city? Every day that passes, my people will starve to death. What should I do? What do you want me to do? When Fang Xianling heard this, he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Xiao Gizi also hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, I think that Elder Fang's words are very good. If we make such a big fuss at this time, won't we alarm the grass snake? Guanlong's people just want to take the opportunity to see Your Majesty's attitude, but they don't dare to go too far. If Your Majesty really raises your hand, the people in Chang'an will definitely die. However, I think that the reason why they are doing this is not to test Your Majesty. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but frown again. The atmosphere in the imperial study became heavy again. When Xiao Gizi saw this, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, isn't the Crown Prince borrowing food now? I think that if we start from this matter, on the one hand, we can dispel those people's claws and teeth. On the other hand, we can let the people see that Your Majesty cares about the country and the people. This kind of reassurance is more practical than killing thousands of people. When Li Shimin heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Good, that's a good plan. Fang Gonggang, quickly take my token to the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Appointments. Find everyone behind this matter for me. Kill those who should be killed. Leave no one alive. But you know what to do. When Fang Xianling heard this, he hurriedly knelt down. This old subject obeys. After Fang Xianling left with the order, Li Shimin couldn't help but put down the booklet in his hand. Borrowing food? Interesting, interesting. Li Shimin suddenly thought of something from Li Qingxian's actions. Although Li Qingxian's actions now seemed so abrupt, Li Shimin couldn't help but think of something. Especially the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms. These 7 clans controlled most of the wealth of the Tang dynasty. If he could use this method at this time, on the one hand, he could test which side they wanted to take. On the other hand, he could give them a chance. To put it bluntly, Guanlong wasn't scary. The scary ones were the 7 clans. Although the Li clan originated from the Li clan of Longxi, this thing was already very faint. It's time for me to take a walk. Chapter 574. As Fang Xianling left. The porridge distribution in the Chang'an and local treasury, as well as in front of the Grand Duke's mansions, was gradually losing money. In particular, the Chang'an and local treasury directly mobilized the Chang'an and garrison, led by Yu Qigong himself. The tower-like man, dressed in full armor, stood at the entrance of the Chang'an and local treasury. In an instant, those demons and monsters quieted down. Yu Qigong glanced at the crowd and roared like a bull, "Everyone! Today, I'm here to distribute the food in person. If you dare to make trouble, don't let Lao Tzu find out. Otherwise, not only will Lao Tzu kill you, but he will also go to your house to see what you eat when you grow up. Also, if anyone dares to rob, I've selected 3,000 heroes from the Chang'an and garrison, and they'll be among you. If you want to do bad things, if you want to sit in the prison of my military camp, I'll welcome you with open arms." His voice instantly silenced the noisy scene. On the other side, people from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works personally participated in the distribution of food. Everyone, today, all the food will be sold according to the average price, which is the usual price, 5 copper coins. But each household can only buy it once a day. If anyone dares to falsely claim it, or dares to claim it more than once, I'll definitely punish those who dare to make trouble according to the criminal law of the Tang dynasty. Now, the sale begins. At the same time, porridge will be distributed evenly at the back door of the Chang'an and local treasury, the Grand Duke's mansions, or the mansions of officials. If you don't have money to buy food, you can go to those places. Don't worry, His Majesty already knows about your suffering. Now, His Majesty will only eat a bowl of porridge every day, just like you. So, His Majesty said that although this famine is terrible, as long as we can get through this half a month, things will get better. He hopes that you won't believe those rumors and will live a good life. The commoners were scared out of their wits by this scene. In the front, Yu Qigong was guarding, and behind him, those high-ranking officials, who were rarely seen, were distributing food in person. Could they really buy food this time? "Sir, the food is good, but we don't dare to buy it. For the past few days, there have been people dying every day. This is... Which bastard is barking?" Yu Qigong glared angrily at the crowd. Then, he kicked his armor and walked over to a bag of rice. He grabbed a handful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. The crowd watched as the grains of rice dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground. Everyone felt so sorry for Yu Qigong that they wanted to point at his nose and scold him. But they didn't dare. Yu Qigong's ferocious reputation was built bit by bit. The people of Chang'an might not know the emperor or Fang Xianling, but no one dared to not know him. Compared to Demon King Qing Yaojin, Yu Qigong was more realistic. After all, no one had seen Demon King Qing lose his temper more than a few times. However, Yu Qigong was different. Those who entered the Qingmen brothel had to fight their way in with their fists and feet. As long as they bumped into petty thieves or thieves, they would not be able to escape. "I'm sorry. On this day next year, you can go to the mass grave to find him." But now, Yu Qigong was eating the cursed millet? Damn it, could it be true? Or could it be that this killer wasn't even afraid of the curse? Yu Qigong's mouth was full of white rice. He took a bowl of porridge from the guard's hand and gulped it down. Only then did he burp and rub his belly, saying, "Ah. You all saw it. What's wrong with this millet? Lao Tzu has eaten and drank, but nothing happened. Do you all think that your lives are more precious than Lao Tzu's? Lao Tzu only has one sentence. If you want to buy, come. Lao Tzu will protect you today. If anyone dares to rob you, Lao Tzu will let you chop him up. Not only that, but Lao Tzu will also reward you with 100 copper coins or 10 caddies of grain. If you don't want to buy, get out of Lao Tzu's house as soon as possible. Hearing that, finally, everyone was able to relax. It was not an exaggeration to say that these people were despicable. It was because they were afraid of being poor and were often exploited by others. So when they heard those rumors, many people were shocked. But now, seeing that Yu Qigong had eaten and drank and was completely fine, and was even protecting them, this could not help but ignite the courage of the men in Guangzhong. Buy. Lao Tzu risked his life today. I'll buy. I'll buy. I'll buy too. With General Yu Qi here, why would Lao Tzu be afraid of a porcelain hammer? Buy. Seeing the people flock up, a smile flashed across Yu Qigong's face. He smacked his lips and waved his hand. Give Lao Tzu another bowl of porridge. Damn it, this porridge with bone-strengthening powder is so comfortable. Bone-strengthening powder? Bone-strengthening powder was added to the porridge? Hearing that, all the people could not help but be stunned. However, when the crowd saw the guard bring in another large bowl of thick porridge, they couldn't help but sniffle. Damn it. It's really bone-strengthening powder? Heavens! His Majesty actually added this thing that was even more precious than gold into the kanji? No wonder I didn't feel hungry after eating a bowl of porridge yesterday. I even felt so energetic. So that's why. Let's go. Damn it, let's eat the porridge. Official, is this porridge for sale? Get out. Lao Tzu only gives porridge, not for sale. Chapter 575. Just as Yu Qigong and the others heaved a sigh of relief, suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the place where the porridge was being distributed. Ah! This porridge is poisonous. It's poisonous. Damn it, this porridge is poisonous. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Yu Qigong also stood up abruptly and hurriedly pushed the crowd aside. He came to the person who was rolling on the ground with a gloomy expression. By then, it would be too late. Those who had eaten the porridge, those who were about to eat it, and those who were waiting in line were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine before this? Why? This is bad. These bastards are trying to poison us to death. My fellow villagers, run quickly. Why did Yu Qigong mobilize 3,000 armored soldiers? They're trying to kill us. The people were scared out of their wits when they heard the terrified screams from the crowd. Some of them even collapsed to the ground. Oh my God. What did I do wrong? Why are they trying to kill us like this? This is bad. They think that we're a burden and want to kill us to end it all. Run. Run. The people in the crowd cried out in alarm. The people were completely flustered. That was because a large group of armored soldiers was quickly surrounding the place. Yu Qigong waved his hand with a gloomy expression and roared, "Which bastard dares to be an alarmist here? Want to kill you? Do you think you're worthy? If you don't want to be rebels, kneel on the ground and shut up, Lao Tzu. Someone, summon the doctors. Summon all the doctors in Chang'an, there's no need. Let the old man take a look." At that moment, an aged voice interrupted Yu Qigong's words. Yu Qigong and the others turned to look. A carriage from the Eastern Palace was slowly coming to a stop at the entrance of the vault. The voice must have come from that carriage. At this time, the people also heard the sound. They turned around and saw a carriage draped in bright yellow. As long as the people in Chang'an were not fools, they would definitely know that this carriage belonged to either the emperor or the crown prince, who dared to use such a configuration. The emperor's carriage was embroidered with a golden dragon brandishing its claws, while the empress's carriage was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings. Only the crown prince's carriage was embroidered with a dragon. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly knelt on the ground. Gong also stood up and cupped his fists. "Welcome, Your Highness." Although Gong didn't know why the Crown Prince had come at this time, he still had to show proper etiquette. The Crown Prince's bodyguard around the carriage also cupped his fists at Gong. "There's no need for that, General Gong. Divine Doctor Sun is the Divine Doctor." Divine Doctor? No wonder. But why would the Crown Prince invite Divine Doctor Sun? Before Gong and the others could think about it, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Sun Simiao, with a head of silver hair and a deer head walking stick in his hand, got out of the carriage. When everyone saw this, they bowed in unison once again. "Divine Doctor Sun." Sun Simiao waved his hand, then hurried to the side of the person who had fallen to the ground and carefully checked his pulse. As for the person who had fallen to the ground, it was unknown whether it was due to fear or pain, but his body was slowly trembling, and he was even faintly moaning. Sun Simiao frowned slightly, then took out a silver needle and inserted 3 needles into the abdomen of the person who had fallen to the ground. Then, he took it out and sniffed it carefully. His frown deepened. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks to look at Dr. Sunday. The king of medicine, Sun Simiao. Not only in Chang'an city, but even in the Tang Empire and beyond, Sun Simiao was famous. Many officials and nobles, including the emperor, treated Sun Simiao with respect, not for any other reason but because he was a divine doctor. At the same time, Gong was guarding Sun Simiao while watching. His frown deepened, and the moaning of the person who had fallen to the ground was getting weaker. He could not help but feel anxious. After a while, Sun Simiao put away the silver needle, glanced at the person who had fallen to the ground, and snorted coldly. "If you trust me, then I'll tell you about this person's symptoms. Apart from the oily food he ate in the morning and some diarrhea, he is fine." After that, Sun Simiao turned and left. What? Oily food in the morning? Diarrhea? So it's diarrhea? F***CK. Who the F***CK is this guy? Which street is he from? Who knows him? F***CK, he's a troublemaker. F***CK, Lao Tzu's porridge. F***CK, your grandpa. At the same time, after Gong bade farewell to the divine doctor, he waved his hand and stared at the person who was still lying on the ground. He slowly pulled out the modeo from his waist and said, "Lao Tzu will give you 3 breaths. If you tell me why you did this, Lao Tzu will spare your life and only break your legs. If you don't tell me, then F***CK, shut up Lao Tzu forever." Oily food in the morning? F***CK, your grandpa. Lao Tzu had not eaten meat for 3 days. F***CK, is this still a disaster victim? Which disaster victim is not so hungry that his chest is sticking to his back? He has money to eat meat. How does he look like a disaster victim? The people could not help but be angry. Mother F***ker, kill him for me. Kill him. General it's easy to dirty my hands by killing him. Let me do it. Lao Tzu's butcher knife is rusty. Chapter 576. I'm afraid that Dr. Sun has been bribed, right? He was poisoned by the porridge. Don't be fooled. Who would dare to go against the imperial court for no reason? Everyone heard that. They were stunned. That was right. Dr. Sun was sitting in the Crown Prince's carriage, which meant that he was an honored guest of the Crown Prince. Why would he appear here at this time? It didn't make sense. The discussion in the crowd became louder and louder. Gong was furious. He slashed the body of the man who had fallen to the ground. Puff! Blood spurted out of the man's body along with an arm and a shrill scream. Ah! Ah! Gong killed someone. Gong killed someone. Everyone was dumbfounded. A murderous look flashed across Gong's eyes. Are you going to tell me or not? Panic flashed across the man's eyes, but he still held his wound tightly. He glanced at the crowd, gritted his teeth, and screamed, "Kill me if you can." Folks, you've all seen how Li Er treats the people. The porridge was poisoned. They colluded with Sun Simiao to kill us. Think about it. How many disaster victims are in Chang'an city now? Li Er even dared to kill his own brother for the sake of his reputation. How dare you insult the emperor and call him by his name? 9 generations of your family will be executed. Puff. Yu Qigong finally had the intention to kill. He slashed. That person's right leg was separated from the base of his body. Ah. Li Er is going to kill someone. Folks, run. If we run too late, we'll all die. The man's shrill scream rang out. Screams of horror sounded one after another in the crowd. Then, the people on the streets of Chang'an city became restless. Where are the guards of Chang'an city? Quickly surround this place. Kill anyone who dares to escape. Yes. Yu Qigong shouted angrily. The soldiers who surrounded the vault instantly raised their spears in front of them, ready to fight. At this moment, how could the normally well-behaved commoners endure this? Mournful screams rang out from the crowd. Yu Qigong coldly swept his gaze over the crowd and waved his hand. The soldiers took a step forward in unison. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of armor clashing, everyone finally knew that Yu Qigong wasn't joking. He really knew how to kill. Everyone could not help but feel their hair stand on end. They could neither stand nor squat. Yu Qigong ignored the crowd and pulled out a dagger from his waist. He slowly squatted beside the man and said indifferently, "Don't worry, Lao Tzu won't let you die so easily. Don't think that Lao Tzu doesn't know who's behind you. As long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, Lao Tzu will guarantee your family's safety. By the way, I just heard from my subordinate that your family lives in Shirley Village outside the city. And there's a 3-month-old baby at home? Oh, look at this. What a cute baby." Yu Qigong pretended to sigh. The man finally could not take it anymore. He asked in a trembling voice, You. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about." He panicked. However, when he thought of how terrifying that person was, he couldn't help but tremble all over. "Don't worry, as long as you tell me who ordered you to do this, Lao Tzu will not only guarantee your family's safety, but also give you a quick death. Think about it, do you believe that person's words or Lao Tzu's?" Every single person who entered the city was recorded and backed up. At the same time, the people from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Appointments quickly took action to investigate this person's background. There was no other way. This matter was too serious. Even the emperor was furious. Under such a swift investigation, the man finally could not hold it in anymore. "Can you guarantee my family's safety?" "Don't worry. Then you have to swear to the heavens that not only will you guarantee their safety, but you will also ensure that they don't have to worry about food and clothing." Yu Qigong's mouth twitched. "Do you think you have the right to negotiate? I've already given you a chance. If you had told me from the start, not only would you have been rewarded, but you would also have gotten half of that person's property. But you gave up." That person's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. At this moment, his words were heard by all the commoners. What was going on? Was this person a spy of that person with ulterior motives? Could he be a Turkic spy? Lao Tzu's time is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths. How dare you? At this moment, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Yu Qigong couldn't help but fly into a rage. He roared angrily, but it was too late. When he pulled out his Modeo, an arrow was stuck in the forehead of the man who had fallen to the ground. Yu Qigong was furious. How dare he kill someone right under his nose? What was this? This was a slap to his face. Yu Qigong couldn't help but lock his gaze on a certain person in the crowd like a sharp sword. He waved his hand and said, "Execute." Chapter 577. Following Yu Qigong's slash, the sword slashed down. A large group of soldiers swarmed in from the periphery of the encirclement. On top of the treasury, 3 to 5 spies from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs and Ministry of Justice pointed at a certain person in the crowd. Then, a few soldiers instantly restrained that person. At this moment, the people finally understood why this was happening. Why did so many departments mobilize for such a small matter and even alert Yu Qigong? It turned out that they wanted to ferret out the person who didn't want them to live. How could this be? This was King killing them. Beat them. Beat them to death for Lao Tzu. CKU, do you dare to let Lao Tzu starve to death? Die. In an instant, the sound of pottery bowls and stone bowls breaking could be heard, as well as the screams of agony. Yu Qigong looked at the crowd and shouted angrily, Lao Tzu said before that anyone who dares to circle around will be killed without mercy. What is this? This is a rebellion. They want you to starve to death. They were the ones who spread the rumors that they stole your food. Lao Tzu doesn't want these people anymore because I already know their background. Now, continue to distribute the food. You can do whatever you want with these people. At this moment, those who had been beaten to the point of being on the verge of death, they finally panicked. Spare us, sir. Sir, I have something to say. Sir, I want to report someone. It was the idea of the owner of the tea house at Chang'an's East Gate. He said that as long as I did it, he would give me some food. Yu Qigong smiled. However, he did not stop them. Instead, he watched as the angry people beat them to death one by one. Yu Qigong waved his hand. Come, give them new bowls. This belongs to Lao Tzu. Also, the reward money that Lao Tzu said before will count, but it's not easy to calculate. So today, Lao Tzu will pay out of his own pocket. Everyone will get a caddy of food for free, and they can buy another caddy. Okay. Thank you, General Yuchi. Thank you, General Yuchi. Yuchi. Yu Qigong waved his hand. If you want to thank someone, then thank His Majesty. Lao Tzu did things according to the rules, but Lao Tzu is someone who never plays with sand. Today, Lao Tzu is happy. What I reward you is your reward. If you discover something like this in the future, you all know Lao Tzu's residence. Just when the situation in Chang'an city had settled down, there was also a problem with Li Qingxian. He had sent out more than 30 people to borrow grain, but they had only managed to borrow 300 dong. These were all given by people who were on good terms with him. But what about the rest? Still, he did not lend a helping hand. Selling land was even more out of the question. Li Qingxian felt like killing someone when he heard the price being called out. 1 stone of corn, 1 mu of fertile land. God d***, was this something a human could do? Li Qingxian fiercely suppressed his anger. He pointed at the eunuchs in the East Palace and scolded, send my order again. Whoever dares to raise the price will be killed. Your Highness. Dr. Sun is here. At this moment, someone hurriedly reported. Hearing this, Li Qingxian slightly suppressed his anger. He waved his hand and said, you all go and do it quickly. And about the matter of borrowing grain, borrow it for me again. What everyone says, write it down in a small notebook for me. While speaking, Li Qingxian waved his hand and sent everyone away. When everyone left, the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, had already arrived at the study. Li Qingxian hurriedly bowed like a Confucian scholar. Student Li Qingxian greets the divine doctor. Your Highness, you're too kind. Sun Simiao slightly raised Li Qingxian's arm and said, may I know why your Highness is looking for me? Li Qingxian invited Sun Simiao to sit down. After serving him tea, he sent everyone away and said, Dr. Sun, I've invited you here because it's related to the life and death of the people. I think Dr. Sun also doesn't want to see the people suffer, right? Alas. Sun Simiao sighed deeply and told him what happened at the entrance of the treasury. Finally, he said, Your Majesty, how will you deal with the people of Guanlong? Before I came here, I was questioned by someone. Please don't ask who that person is. How could Li Qingxian not know who that person was? It was none other than the people of Guanlong. However, this was none of his business. Divine Doctor, this matter will only end with my father, but I also know a little bit. I might as well tell you. Hearing this, Sun Simiao's eyes lit up. He made a gesture of invitation. Li Qingxian then said, if those people don't go too far, I think my father will definitely not pick up the butcher's knife. But if they touch the foundation of the Tang dynasty, then, Li Qingxian didn't say anything. Sun Simiao thought for a while, then stood up and bowed. This old man thanks your highness and his majesty on behalf of the people of the world. Dr. Sun, you don't have to do this. I'm not the kind of person to kill. At this moment, Li Shimon's voice faintly sounded at the door of the Eastern Palace study. Hearing this, Li Qingxian and Sun Simiao both stood up. Li Shimon also entered the Eastern Palace as he spoke. Dr. Sun, you're tired from the journey. There's no need for such a big ceremony. Please sit down. After Li Shimon sat down, he looked at Li Qingxian and said, I'm also very curious. You were helping the victims of the disaster, so why did you suddenly sell your property and land? If this were to spread, where would my face go? Chapter 578. Sun Simiao heard this. He couldn't help but be surprised. He carefully looked at Li Shimon's eyes and Li Qingxian's eyes. The eyes were the windows to the soul. This was the same no matter which era it was in. As the divine medicine, looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse were basic skills. He could see a person's expression at a glance. Sun Simiao was really surprised by this look. There was no hint of acting in their eyes. Did that mean that everything he heard at the door was true? The crown prince wanted to sell his land in order to help the victims? This, although he was shocked, he was still shocked. Sun Simiao only took a sip of tea, suppressed the shock in his heart, and listened carefully. When Li Qingxian heard that, he bowed and said, replying Imperial Father. This matter, while speaking, Li Qingxian glanced at Sun Simiao. Li Shimon waved his hand and said, just say it. Yes. White Deer College only has 20,000 dawn of grain. Today, there are about 6,000 people. According to today's speed, the number of people will definitely exceed 10,000 by tomorrow. These 6,000 people will need to consume a few hundred kilograms of grain every day. If there are more people, in addition to the arrival of that student, then 20,000 dawn is just a drop in the bucket. That's why Brother Zhang Feng asked me to go down the mountain and ask Divine Dr. Sun Simiao to come up the mountain. Oh. Li Shimon frowned slightly. He looked at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao was also stunned. He couldn't help but ask, Crown Prince, is the White Deer College that you mentioned the one in the Imperial Edict? Divine Dr. Sun, it's really here. Then what do I need to do? I also heard that there's a strange person in Chang'an. Not only did he buy the wheat that sprouted in the fields according to the original price, but he also brewed a magical beer. I also heard that this college was built by him. If my legs are short, then the fried locusts, the locust eggs, and the bone-strengthening powder are all locusts, right? And the medicinal formula to kill the locusts, they were all made by that person, right? As the divine medicine. Although he had been keeping a low profile, he was not stupid. He had tried the bone-strengthening powder and fried locusts that appeared in the market. It was really magical. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he felt energetic after eating it, especially the bone-strengthening powder. But after thinking about it, no one in Chang'an City could do this. And this thing came from Chang'an. Now that this magical college appeared, it made Sun Simiao couldn't help but think a lot. Li Qingxian nodded. The Medicine King's foresight is incredible. This was all done by my brother, Zhang Feng. Good. Simiao's, SSSS Saline salutes this old man congratulates your majesty for obtaining such a talent. My great Tang will definitely prosper for generations to come. Li Shimon's dragon countenance was greatly pleased. He got up to help Sun Simiao up and said, Shen Yi is overpraising me, How can this kind of God-bestowed sunbeams good fortune, teet heezes? But there's one thing I don't understand. Li Shimin nodded and said, King of Medicines, just say it. Then I'll offend you. Sun Simiao said, Your Highness, according to what you said, Zhang Feng wanted me to go up the mountain, but why? Brother Zhang Feng didn't tell me, but I know it must have something to do with the grain. Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown. I've been to Shao Mountain a few years ago. But at that time, the locusts had just passed, and the land was barren. Everything that could be eaten was almost gone. Even the old man couldn't help at that time. I don't know, but I think Brother Zhang Feng must have a plan to invite you up the mountain, so, Li Shimin also fell silent. Now, the grain matter was related to the Tang dynasty's lifeline. He didn't understand why Zhang Feng would invite Sun Simiao to go up the mountain at this time. But he vaguely felt that if Sun Simiao went up the mountain this time, he would definitely solve this plague of locusts. However, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. He also wanted to know how Zhang Feng was going to solve this plague of locusts. I haven't been to Zhang Feng's place for a long time. Well, if Dr. Sun doesn't mind, why don't you go up the mountain with me tomorrow? Hearing this, Sun Simiao didn't dare to act rashly. He hurriedly got up and bowed. Your Majesty, you're flattering this old man. Forget it, this brat Zhang Feng is indeed a strange person. This old man has long wanted to pay him a visit. Since your Majesty also wants to go, this old man will wait on your Majesty. Sun Simiao agreed. Li Shimin then said, However, Divine Dr. Sun, I have a request. I hope Divine Dr. Sun can agree to it. Please tell me, Your Majesty. Tomorrow, be it in the future, on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, I hope that Dr. Sun will not mention the identities of me and the Crown Prince in front of Zhang Feng. Just treat us as merchants. Sun Simiao was a little confused. He had lived for dozens of years. It was really the first time he met the Emperor. How could he hide his identity around a commoner? What did this mean? But the more it was like this, the more Sun Simiao wanted to see how sacred this person was, who the Tang dynasty emperors and the crown prince had to hide their identity to meet. I'll obey your Majesty's order. Chapter 579. Dong. 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 5:00 was the most leisurely time of the day for the night watchman. It was also the signal for the night watchman to take turns to work. The moment the morning bell rang, the lights in Chang'an city were lit one after another. Some people's palanquins, carriages, and even horses had lanterns or torches on them as they lazily headed towards the imperial city. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see fire dragons converging towards the imperial city under the hazy sky. It looked like a huge dragon. The lights in the depths of the imperial palace were lit one after another, especially in the political announcement hall, which was as bright as day. Early in the morning was the most comfortable time of the day. At this time, there were already groups of eunuchs and maids in the imperial palace hurriedly cleaning up. The market on the Vermilion Bird Bridge was basically empty. Only a few people were selling beer and barbecued meat jerky. The barbecued meat jerky was mostly hunted from the mountains, or it was old cured meat. The smell. It was still coveted by everyone. Even though they were standing at the foot of the 36 steps outside the political announcement palace, they could still smell the tempting aroma. In the past, almost every minister would stop to buy some food and drink a bamboo tube of ice-cold beer soaked in the moat. But now, no matter how greedy they were, they did not dare to do so. Now, the emperor was staring at them. And their clothes seemed to be more tattered than usual. Most of the people here were not so poor that they could not afford to wear clothes or drink beer that cost 1 copper coin. But now, they had to pretend to be poor. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. After all, yesterday, the crown prince went to borrow food from each house. But there were some who were afraid and some who were not. For example, Qing Yaojin was holding a roasted rabbit in one hand and chewing it loudly. He held a bamboo tube in the other hand and drank in big mouthfuls. Everyone smelled the fragrance in the air and looked at Qing Yaojin's showy appearance. Their stomachs began to growl. Everyone swallowed their saliva and cursed Sheng Yaojin in their hearts. After entering the political announcement hall, after everyone tidied up their appearance, they closed their eyes and hugged the white jade tablet in their hands. Like clay statues, they kept their mouths shut. At this moment, little Gizi's voice came from the entrance of the rear hall. The emperor has arrived. Only then did everyone hold the white jade tablet and bow in unison, shouting, "Welcome, your majesty. Rise." With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin ascended the 8 steps to heaven's staircase and sat down on the dragon throne. He indifferently glanced at the crowd before finally resting his eyes on Hou Junji. As soon as they stood up, the officials began to report their own situations, as well as the recent disaster relief. An hour later, after Li Shimin had taken care of these matters, he said, "Yesterday, I learned by chance that the crown prince had run into a wall when borrowing grain. Is there such a thing?" When Li Qingxian heard this, he said, "Imperial father, there is indeed such a thing." "Then did you manage to borrow any grain?" After a few moments of silence, Li Qingxian said, "Your son is incompetent. After running all over Chang'an, I was only able to borrow 500 dan of grain. Fortunately, your son met Duke of Qin, and Duke of Qin generously donated 10,000 dan of grain to your son's White Deer College." Li Qingxian emphasized the words "your son's White Deer College." This time, the officials couldn't help but be shocked. 10,000 dan? Duke of Qin, where did you get the grain? So much, heavens. Li Shimin was also rather surprised. "Duke of Qin, is the crown prince's words true?" Hou Junji hurriedly said, "Your majesty, this is what a subject should do." "Then didn't you donate 10,000 dan yesterday? What is the reason for this? Could it be that your Duke of Qin's family is about to overflow with grain?" Hou Junji's lowered eyes flashed. "Replying to your majesty. This old subject spent most of his time in Luozhou, and Luozhou is the closest place to Chang'an. As the saying goes, a subject should be loyal to the sovereign. Thus, when I learned by chance that your majesty was stocking up on grain, this old subject paid special attention. At this time, this old subject has about 50,000 dan of grain. When the famine broke out, this old subject donated 30,000 dan of grain to Luozhou and kept 20,000 dan for emergency use. After learning of the matter in Chang'an, this old subject immediately rushed to Chang'an to offer up this humble subject's meager strength. It really was watertight. How could Li Shimin not know that he had gone straight to the Eastern Palace after leaving the Taiji Palace? Moreover, this Hou Junji was extremely crafty, so Li Shimin was extremely unwilling for his son to interact too much with this sort of person. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's appearance had given Li Shimin hope. Li Shimin couldn't help but nod. "Correct. We are delighted to have a capable subject like Duke of Qin. But what is the meaning of this 10,000 dan of grain?" All the officials were flabbergasted. When Li Shimin had said that he wanted to stock up on grain, they had vehemently opposed it. Now, when they heard that Duke of Qin had managed to stock up 50,000 dan of grain on the slightest rumor, many of them almost vomited blood. This old fox is really King crafty. Chapter 580. If looks could kill, Hou Junji would have died several hundred times over. It couldn't be helped. If the emperor had spoken of this matter back then, if they had taken out just a little of their fortune to buy several tens of thousands of dan of grain, let alone anything else, they would have made a fortune if they traded it for land. And now that the emperor was in dire need of grain, if they could offer the emperor 10,000 dan of grain, then, at the very least, they would have made a fortune in their career, let alone anything else. But they didn't. Although they didn't have 10,000 dan of grain in their homes, they still had several thousand dan. But what did the emperor mean when he said that the crown prince had borrowed grain yesterday? And now, Hou Junji had lent the crown prince 10,000 dan. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Just because you're holed up in Luozhou and worried about your loyalty to your sovereign, we're just eating and waiting for death? Fuck your second uncle. Hou Junji could sense the strange atmosphere behind him, but he still continued to speak. This old subject learned that the crown prince had built a White Deer College on Mount Shao. This is a matter of great benefit to the country and its people, and although this old subject has retired to Luozhou, my heart is still concerned about the imperial court. Thus, I donated 10,000 dan to your majesty and 10,000 dan to the college. This old subject was thinking that if the college on Mount Shao could be built as soon as possible, it would be able to nurture more talents for the Tang dynasty. This is something that should be done as a subject. Moreover, when this old subject learned that the Crown Prince's college wouldn't take a single copper coin, this old subject decided to donate 10,000 taels of gold. Buzz. The minds of all the officials buzzed. 10,000 taels of gold. You really dared to say such a thing. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will execute you? How long has it been since you left for Luozhou? How did you get so much wealth? Where did you get all this money? Where did you get all this money? Although all the officials wanted nothing more than to rip off Ho Junji's beard, this old bastard really wasn't human. What was he doing? This was a slap to their faces. When Li Shimin heard this, he could not help but laugh out loud. That's right. Duke Chen, you are truly worthy of being my right-hand man. Very good, very good. But don't worry. We also know that this money is the money you have saved for your retirement. Once the disaster is over, we will think of a way to compensate you. And all of you should learn from Duke Chen. We will remember your Majesty's teachings. What could the officials say? They had already taken advantage of the situation, and now they wanted to donate money and food? That was all nonsense. It was too late. How could Li Shimin not know what this old fox was doing here? He was just trying to pull the Crown Prince in. Moreover, the White Deer College that the Crown Prince had just mentioned was his. This was something they had discussed before. Unless Zhang Feng entered the court, the college would temporarily be under the Crown Prince's name. This was a form of protection. However, even though this camouflage protected Zhang Feng, it also caught a big fish at the same time. 10,000 dan of grain and 10,000 taels of gold. With these things, he hoped that Zhang Feng's college would be able to resolve its crisis as soon as possible. Given Zhang Feng's abilities, these 30,000 dan of grain should be enough to tide him over this crisis, right? Li Shimin's mood improved at this thought. He waved his hand and said, "Today, we have something to announce. All of you should have seen the food shortage in Chang'an city, but we have learned that some people are using this disaster to publicize something. We do not wish to see this, so all of you should pay attention." How could they not know of this matter? And who didn't know of Yu Qigong's murder yesterday? But the emperor had actually so casually flattened it. What did this mean? This meant that the emperor was warning them not to cause trouble if they had nothing better to do. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. This also meant that the emperor was truly angry. However, all of them were old foxes in the imperial court. They hurriedly bowed and said, "All of you will bear this in mind. That's enough. We also have something to announce today. The disaster is not only in Chang'an city, but also in the entire world. However, there are still people in the Tang dynasty who can solve this problem. Therefore, we also want to borrow some grain from them. You are not the only ones who think that the Taiyuan Wang clan and the other 7 major clans can do this." Was the emperor going to look for the 5 clans and 7 kings? Was he going to test them? Or was he simply going to borrow grain? The crowd could not help but feel a little confused. However, at the moment, only the 5 great clans and 7 great clans could solve the problem of food shortage. Excluding Guanlong, in this world, only the 7 great clans had the financial resources to do so. Everyone could not help but be overjoyed. "Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. On the one hand, it can shorten the gap between the imperial court and the landowning clans. The imperial examination is coming, and then. Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. But will the 7 clans agree? The grain required for this is not a small amount." Li Shimin waved his hand. "Since all of you are not interested, then it's settled. Wei Zheng, after the imperial court, I'll leave this matter to you." Wei Zheng heard that and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." In that case, the imperial court is dismissed. The crown prince shall stay. Chapter 581. 2 days later. Shao Mountain was crowded with people. However, the outline of a futuristic building could be seen in the distance on this wasteland. Basically, Gan Ziyuan and more than 300 craftsmen had become overseers. There were almost 20,000 people on the construction site. Under the instructions of these craftsmen, they were building crazily. These were all small problems. After all, they were all bumpkins. These were the simplest. However, they needed red bricks and a new type of adhesive. This made them a little confused. At this moment, Dugo stared at Zhang Feng. The two of them had been staring at each other for almost 2 hours. Cheng Chimo and Zhang Sun simply moved a stool and sat at the side to bet on who would win in the end. If Wei Shuyu did not have to guard Shao Mountain, it would be even more lively. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Feng was finally defeated. His waist was sore. And it felt like it was going to break. Zhang Feng held his waist and groaned in his chair. No matter what, Lao Tzu's academy has to be done as I say. Whatever you say, it's useless. Lao Tzu doesn't care. Dugo also secretly sighed in relief. However, before he could say anything, Cheng Chimo, who was dozing off at the door, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, worm, you lost, I won. I said that Feng Zi would definitely not be able to hold on. This guy is weak. Damn you. Zhang Sun and Zhang Feng scolded at the same time. They could say anything else, but to say that Lao Tzu was weak. Damn you. Stop quarreling. I think we should wait for Li Gan to come and discuss this matter. Ever since that old man Kong came, there have been rules in the academy. If you have nothing to do, look at Chang'an University and Imperial College. What kind of buildings are those? Look at yourself. Not only are you using this half-baked red soil, but you also want to build a cement factory to produce cement. How can this mud be better than this yellow mud? Can this thing be sturdy? You want to make it 3 stories high? Why don't you think about it? It's already a problem whether or not he can even stand 10 feet tall with this thing, and you still want to cultivate 3 levels. In any case, since you handed this matter to me to calculate the materials and costs, then you have to do as I say. Otherwise, we can forget about it. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was instantly displeased. This is Lao Tzu's territory. Since when is it your turn to talk about it? If you want to calculate it, then so be it. If you don't, I'll deduct your credits. Fine, fine, but I can't do something as disrespectful as insulting old man Kong's son. Dugo was also getting excited. He glared at Zhang Feng and roared, I'm really going to interfere in this matter. F***CK, you're rebelling, you're rebelling. F***CKU, Lao Tzu, I don't care anymore. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be unable to sit still. He simply angrily called out to Cheng Chimo and Zhang Sun and left, leaving behind only Dugo, who was upholding the righteous path, and who was there chattering non-stop about what Zhang Feng was doing. And what Zhang Feng was doing was the modern way of building a school building. This school, according to Zhang Feng's idea, was definitely going to be built as high as a 5-story building. But in order to not shock the world, Zhang Feng settled for the next best thing, which was 3 stories. But just this alone annoyed Dugo for 2 days. He followed him when he slept. He followed him when he ate. Even when he went to the toilet, he had to stand guard at the door. Zhang Feng finally broke down. He finally understood why these guys were so afraid of Dugo. It wasn't that this guy was ferocious, but that his mouth was even more venomous than Tang Seng's. Zhang Feng's hair stood on end. He finally gave up. This was something that no one dared to do. Once out of the door, Zhang Feng heaved a long sigh of relief as though he had been reborn. Feng Zi, I'm hungry. I miss the happy days of the tavern. Yeah, especially that barbecued meat. That's what I call fragrant. I've only been eating porridge for the past few days. I'm F***king suspecting if I've come to a temple. Sigh, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. When did we eat meat? Chang'an and Zhang Sun called out to Wei Shuyu and the other two. They followed behind Zhang Feng and started nagging again. Zhang Feng was annoyed. Enough, shut up. Lao Tzu doesn't know what he owed you guys in his previous life. He made a monk follow behind him all day long. If you guys aren't convinced, you'll F***king chant scriptures. It's so annoying. If you F***king dare to annoy Lao Tzu again, all of you can get lost. When Chang'an and the others heard that, they shrunk their necks and did not dare to say another word. However, they could not help but say, Feng Zi, if you have nothing better to do, why are you arguing with Debing? This guy is famous in the stubborn world for nagging. You and him. Zhang Feng exploded. You're not done, are you? Zhang Feng was completely enraged. This time, Chang'an and the others could only shut up. However, their hands that were rubbing their stomachs changed to patting them. Zhang Feng was speechless. All right. If you guys didn't mention it, I wouldn't have realized. I've been bullied for the past 2 days. I'm really hungry now. Zhang Feng looked around. When he saw the chicken farm not far away, his eyes lit up. Let's go. I'll bring you guys to eat chicken. Chicken? What chicken? However, after the three of them were stunned for a moment, they immediately reacted. Chicken. This was a good feeling. However, there was no pot or stove. How were they going to eat? Chapter 582. Zhang Feng did not explain. At this moment, he could not help but think of the process of making beggar's chicken. Big idiot, you're fast. Go find old he and secretly ask for some pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, the sauce I made, and fine salt. And Tai Nyo, go get me a bucket of water. The two of them heard him and hurried off. Zhang Sun Chong hesitated for a while before asking, Fengzi, are you missing something? What? A pot. How can we eat without a pot? Who said that chicken must be eaten with a pot? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Zhang Sun Chong saw Zhang Feng smile and instantly lost his composure. Every time this guy smiled like that, he was going to stir up trouble. Thinking of Zhang Feng's magical skills, Zhang Sun Chong could not help but rub his hands together. Zhang Feng saw his expression and pointed to the chicken coop. Butcher Zheng is looking after this place now. You're fast, go get a few chickens and get some eggs while you're at it. Okay. Zhang Sun Chong saw that there was something to do and hurried off. Zhang Feng used the golden scimitar embedded with gems that he always carried with him and found a few banana trees that had just sprouted in the bushes. He was instantly overjoyed. With this, things would be easier. When Zhang Feng carried the banana trees back to a small stream in the crevice between two mountains, Chang'an and the rest arrived early and killed all the chickens. The ground was littered with white eggs. Zhang Feng could not help but be stunned. Worm, did you rob Butcher Zheng? No, Butcher Zheng heard that you wanted it, so he specially picked 10 fat chickens and a basket of eggs for me. He said that the eggs would spoil if we couldn't finish them. Zhang Feng was speechless. All right, then you guys, find a pile of clean mud. It has to be clean. It's best if it's dug out from the ground. It's best if it can cover all these chickens. They were dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? But he didn't ask. He ran away in a hurry. Chang'an was too slow and was caught by Zhang Feng. You stay here and help me pluck the feathers. Chang'an was speechless. He had a slight suspicion that this guy was referring to something else, but he had no evidence, so he could only keep his head down and squat on the ground, plucking the hair. And Zhang Feng's request was very sneaky. But when had Chang'an ever plucked a chicken's feathers? In the end, Zhang Feng had no choice but to secretly call Go, Zi and Zhu Zi over. Only then did he solve the problem. When the few of them had finished washing and peeling the chicken, Wei Shuyu and her companion came back with a large pile of mud that weighed at least 100 pounds. The few of them put down the mud and watched Zhang Feng's operation anxiously. Zhang Feng's work made everyone confused again. They saw that he boiled the stuff in a small pot and then smeared all the fragrant stuff on the chickens. But that was not the end of it. In the end, Zhang Feng wrapped the chickens with banana leaves and then carefully covered the mud. Only then did he stop. Then, under the baffled gazes of the few of them, Zhang Feng threw the chickens that had been smeared into the fire and then made a big fire in another place. That was not the end of it. After the dozen or so mud lumps were burned dry and cracked, Zhang Feng took out the mud lumps again and smeared a layer of mud on them. Then he asked Chimo to dig a big hole at the place where the fire had just been. He threw the mud lumps into it, filled it with mud again, and made a big fire. That was the end of it. They couldn't help but be confused. Fengzi, is this thing of yours edible? When had they ever seen such a trick? Even when they were marching and training outside, this had never happened, right? Could this thing still be eaten after being tossed around like that? Zhang Feng glanced at them and didn't say anything. He gently dug up the charcoal at the place where the fire had been and put the eggs in it one by one. He then carefully wrapped the eggs with ashes and finally stopped. This made them even more confused. They looked at Zhang Feng in a daze as he fiddled with the fire. Chimo couldn't help but poke Zhang Sun, who was squatting on the ground, and asked, "Is this guy provoked? Otherwise, why would he waste things like this? He has a stove. Why would he waste things like this?" Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. If Lao Li or Dating's father knew that he dared to talk to Fengzi like that, believe it or not, he wouldn't be able to keep his leg. Why? They couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Zhang Sun sighed and pointed to his head. Fengzi's brain must have been damaged by anger. Chimo rolled his eyes. Could this guy's brain be damaged by anger? He really didn't believe it. With Zhang Feng's character, it would be a blessing from the heavens if he didn't drive someone crazy with his words. However, De Bing, that Motherf asterisk cur, it was time to teach him a lesson. This Motherf asterisk king pervert. If he forced Feng Zi into a corner, then the unlucky ones would be them. At the thought of this, Chimo, Zhang Sun, and the other two started to discuss how to deal with Dugo. This guy really needed to be taught a lesson. Why did he mess with Fengzi for no reason? Son of a bitch. In the end, they really came up with a solution. Fine. Wait, leave the chicken but for him. Chapter 583. Just as they were in the midst of their discussion, good news came from Zhang Feng's side. Something was wrong. It was the aroma of meat. Their stomachs went on strike again. How could they still be in the mood to discuss? What else was there to discuss? Wouldn't it be better to just beat it up? The meeting about Dugo started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. The few of them stared at the fragrant lumps of dirt, drooling all over the ground. Strange, it's really strange. I've heard of cooking without rice before. I didn't expect that today, Lao Tzu would really see cooking without rice. This time, there's some bragging. No, there's some bragging. Chimo was so excited that he stuttered. Most importantly, Zhang Feng used a stone to gently break open the soil. In an instant, the aroma of meat wafted out again. This caused Chimo and the others' eyes to pop out of their sockets. Fengzi, what's this? Beggar's chicken. Zhang Feng peeled the banana leaf with satisfaction and pulled out the golden chicken inside. Although there were a lot of spices missing, Zhang Feng had just found licorice in the bushes and some other dogwood that could be used as spices. The most important thing was that there were a lot of peppercorns. The Tang dynasty was lacking in everything, especially Chang'an. But there was no shortage of peppercorns. No matter whether it was in the mountains around Chang'an city, there were so many peppercorns that it was beyond recognition. Therefore, there was no shortage of spices on the mountain. The fragrant and tender peppercorns filled their nostrils. Zhang Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Not to mention Guzi and Zhuzi, who were squatting in the distance and looking at them. Although they had already drooled all over the ground, Zhuzi's father had strictly warned them that if they dared to be rude in front of Zhang Feng, their legs would be broken and they would be locked up. Therefore, they didn't dare to mess around like before. They also didn't dare to play with Zhang Feng anymore. At this time, Zhang Feng was still a chicken in the mud. Chang'an couldn't stand it anymore. Well, Feng Zi, this thing is hot. Your hands are precious. Let me do it. No, I'll do it too. Me too. As they spoke, the three of them bravely stepped forward. Each of them hugged a piece of scalding hot soil as they groaned in pain and ate it. Zhang Feng was speechless. Wasn't it just a beggar's chicken? There were plenty of them. However, when he smelled the aroma of the meat, he was so hungry that he felt dizzy. Calling Go Zi and Zhu Zi, the two of them came up and gave them a chicken each, saying, "Eat here, don't tell anyone, otherwise, you won't be able to eat in the future." Zhu Zi looked behind him and said timidly, "Brother Feng Zi, can I leave a drumstick for my sister? I'll leave one for her. You guys can eat it secretly tonight." All right. It wasn't that Zhang Feng was reluctant. It was that although there were thousands of chickens, they were continuously sent up every day. Although he didn't know where Li Qian got the chickens, there were too many people. If all the people were attracted here, how could he live a good life? Who would eat it? Who wouldn't eat it? Therefore, it was inevitable that he would give them special treatment. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The key was that no one knew how to do this. There were already a lot of things to do now. If this thing was added, wouldn't he go crazy? And at this moment, Li Qingxian's voice came from not far away. Feng Zi, good news, very good news." The few people who were eating chicken were stunned when they heard that. They looked at Li Qingxian, who was running all the way, and asked vaguely, "What's the matter?" Li Qingxian saw their strange actions and sniffed the tempting smell of chicken in the air. He couldn't help but speed up his pace. By the time they rushed to their side, Chang'an and the other two had already hidden a chicken for each of them. And the chicken in their hands was almost finished. Li Qingxian glared at them. "Wow! I'm so busy at the foot of the mountain, and you guys are eating chicken here? And eating such delicious chicken? Give me Chantinu, I order you to get me a chicken." Chang'an felt uncomfortable when he heard that. But there was no other way. He couldn't afford to offend the crown prince. He could only get up resentfully and smash open a piece of dirt with his fist. In an instant, the crispy yellow roasted chicken was revealed. Moreover, it was accompanied by waves of enticing fragrance. He couldn't help but forget about the crown prince's feng yi and etiquette at this moment. He squatted on the ground and imitated Zhang Feng and the others. He hugged the chickens butt and took a big bite of the chicken's thigh. Li Qingxian couldn't help but moan in pleasure when he tasted the fragrance in his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Feng asked after finishing a chicken, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Have you invited the people I asked you to?" Li Qingxian ignored Zhang Feng. Instead, he looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and asked, "Feng Zi, can you tell me the name of this thing? Beggar's chicken? What's wrong?" Zhang Feng was stunned. Li Qingxian was also stunned. But the next moment, he asked like a madman, "Feng Zi, can you teach me how to cook chicken?" Chapter 584. Your Majesty, the mountain in front is Mount Shao. On the winding mountain road, a caravan dressed in the clothes of merchants was slowly moving in the direction of Mount Shao. In this caravan, Li Shimin was sitting on a slide with half-squinted eyes. He looked at the people on both sides of the road who were constantly moving toward Mount Shao. As he walked, he asked about the situation of the disaster victims' families. The more he asked, the heavier his heart became. At this moment, Shao Gizi pointed to the densely packed mountain in front of them and said. Li Shimin took a closer look and couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the original forest on the desolate mountain was all leveled, and there were construction sites everywhere. There was a large area on the top of the mountain, and a small group of teenagers gathered together to build houses. Li Shimin couldn't help but wonder. What does this mean? Master Li, Zhang Feng said that if you want to study here, the first thing you have to do is not to use external forces. You have to build a brick house here according to Zhang Feng's rules, and it's according to the so-called area plan. And it said that if you want to work here to make a living, you have to build your own house before you are qualified to work here. Li Shimin was stunned. He looked at Wei Zheng, who was also sitting on a slide, and asked, "Old Wei, is there such a rule?" Li Shimin couldn't help but be interested. Wei Zheng desperately waved his folding fan and said, "Feng said that if you want to work or study here, you have to show him your ability and let him see if you are qualified to study here. Otherwise, you should get out of here as soon as possible." And I also heard that this guy not only asked those people to build their own houses, but also to build a 3-story building according to his rules. Not only that, he also sent supervisors to supervise them personally. This guy, Li Shimin, couldn't help but be in a good mood when he heard this. Although he didn't understand what Zhang Feng wanted to do, this kid obviously wanted to use free labor. However, this was also good. After all, this kid didn't have any money on hand. Moreover, he was so cunning. Although he didn't want money, at the very least, at this stage, he had eliminated all those who were waiting for death. As for those who really wanted to read, they were able to tell the difference. There were advantages and disadvantages to doing this. The advantage was that it could distinguish those who were truly here to learn something. The disadvantage was that it would be difficult for the children of the officials and nobles. However, Li Shimin thought about it and agreed with Zhang Feng's approach. If the academies in our country can do this, then our Tang dynasty will really be different. Li Shimin let out a heartfelt sigh. Wei Zheng fell silent. Although he was still somewhat against Zhang Feng's approach in his heart, after all, it was mentioned in the Book of Sages that although there was no distinction between high and low in studying, it was not something that any ordinary person could learn. This was the only way to distinguish the students from the ordinary people. Zhang Feng did this because he wanted everyone in the world to be able to go to school. This, although he didn't know whether it was good or bad, what could he do when Zhang Feng did this? After all, Zhang Feng's strength and ability were there for all to see. Just as Li Shimin and Wei Zheng were leisurely following the fleeing army to Shao Mountain, a gong was sounded on Shao Mountain at this time. Even Ching Chumo's roar could be heard. "Let's eat." As the voice fell, the people who were still playing games instantly dropped their tools like ants and swarmed to the place where the smoke was rising in spirals. That was the place where the mountain gate was built by a few big trees. After hearing the roar, the crowd, who were already moving slowly, became like donkeys that had turned into horses. They rushed up the mountain as if they had gone mad. Li Shimin and the others could only drive all the chickens and ducks that were carrying bone-strengthening powder and food to the side of the road and make way for the people to trample on a spacious road. Looking at the densely packed crowd of people holding up broken bowls, Li Shimin could not help but feel flustered in his heart. What was it that caused my people to become like this? After the people left, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Speed up, I want to see what they are eating." Ah! Following Li Shimin's order, the originally slow group suddenly sped up. Groups of golden guards also opened up a path in front. Some people even hurriedly rode up to the top of the mountain to report. And just as the two places were proceeding in an orderly manner. At the chicken farm behind Shao Mountain, Li Qingxian was holding a large oil paper umbrella. He had moved a makeshift reclining chair made by Zhang Feng and was lying there, directing the dog and dozens of other children to roast the chicken. You are too slow and too stupid. Don't you know how to dig the chicken's stomach? Can this be eaten? And go, Z, can you at least wash the mud off your hands before you go and get the chicken? If you dare to do this, I won't even let you eat the chickens, but I'll leave it for Mantu. Chapter 585. What Li Qingxian didn't notice was, when he started to cook the beggar's chicken, a large number of refugees who had just come up the mountain were attracted by the aroma and slowly gathered around. When Li Qingxian noticed, these people were not far away from him. Zheng Tufu was also holding a butcher knife and staring at those people angrily. What? You all want to rebel? Get the hell out of here and get back to work. Li Qingxian turned around with Zheng Tufu's roar. He didn't know what was going on, but he was shocked by what he saw. Behind him were basically the children who had followed their parents up the mountain. At this time, they were staring at his hand with their big black eyes. "You little brat, don't you know how to be secretive after eating a chicken? Look, I'll see how you explain this to Fengzi." Zheng Tufu said hatefully. He stomped his foot and left. At this time, those children looked at the big chicken legs in the hands of Guzi and Zhuzi and couldn't help but step forward. Guzi and Zhuzi quickly hid the chicken legs. But it was too late. When one was hungry, one's IQ would basically be in the negative. Especially when one saw such delicious food, one would have forgotten what IQ was. One of the teenagers couldn't hold back and rushed forward to snatch the chicken in Guzi's hand. But at this time, Li Qingxian's guard hurried over and kicked the person away. "How dare you? Why aren't you backing down?" Which one of the crown prince's guards wasn't a master? Although the guard had already restrained a lot of his strength, he still kicked the teenager far away. It was only at this moment that those people woke up from their stupor after hearing this cold shout. A teenager who seemed to be that teenager's elder brother hurriedly kowtowed to Li Qingxian in horror. "Sir, please do not kill him. He hasn't eaten for 3 days. He was muddle-headed and offended, sir." Li Qingxian's expression was very bad. He looked at those people and then at the chicken that had just been roasted, as well as the chicken that was already cold. He waved his hand and said, "Guzi, give it to them." Guzi didn't move. Instead, he hugged the chicken in his hand tightly. Li Qingxian was angry, but he didn't know who to vent his anger on. He could only take a deep breath and said, "Wait, I'll roast it for you. You give it to them. Be obedient." "No, I haven't eaten the steamed buns. My brothers haven't eaten." "Be obedient." "Wait, I promise you all will have chicken." Hearing this, Guzi and the others reluctantly threw the chicken to them. When those chickens were handed out, Li Qingxian's thought of fighting didn't happen. The teenager took all the chickens and placed them all on the ground. Then, he tore them apart, piece by piece, and gave them to each person. In the end, these chickens were still not enough. But there was only the last chickens. Gritting his teeth, S's. Regardless of whether it was in the palace or anywhere else, what he wanted to eat was not something that could be done with just a word. Even if he wanted to eat tiger meat, someone would bring it to him immediately. But now, what did he see? Fengzi had already collected all the rotten food. Why were they still acting like this? "Guzi, you guys, and you guys, quickly go and get the chickens and ducks. The more the better." "No, these chickens and ducks are Brother Fengzi's. It's okay if you steal a little. How much do you need to eat with so many people? Brother Fengzi hasn't eaten yet." Guzi immediately protested. Li Qingxian could only wave his hand and say, "Don't worry. Wait for my men. They'll bring thousands and thousands of chickens and ducks up the mountain. What are you afraid of? Did I eat your chickens? Get the hell out of here and catch some chickens." Seeing Li Qingxian's anger and hearing that thousands and thousands of chickens and ducks were coming, Guzi and the others ran away. As they ran, they shouted, "Zhengwazi, young Master Li wants chickens. Lots and lots of chickens." Zheng Tufu, who had just returned from Li Qingxian's place and hadn't even sat on the bench, was green with envy. "You son of a b*tch, if you dare to call my kid that again, do you believe that Lao Tzu will break your legs?" Guzi couldn't help but shrink his neck when he heard that. He pointed at Li Qingxian and said, "He said that he wants a lot of chickens and ducks to feed those refugees." Zheng Tufu was instantly enraged when he heard that. "So many people? How many chickens is that? No. Without Fengzi, let alone a single chicken, from now on, I won't give it to anyone." He said that his men will bring thousands and thousands of chickens to make up for it. And we haven't eaten yet. Brother Crazy is also waiting. If you don't give it to us, I'll go look for Brother Fengzi now. Wait a minute. How many chickens did that brat say his servants would bring? I heard that there are thousands and thousands. What's wrong? Thousands and thousands, Zheng Tufu's vision darkened. He suddenly roared, "Damn it, you prodigal! There's not much food on this mountain to begin with. Damn it, now you have so many mouths. Are you trying to eat Fengzi?" Chapter 586. Zhang Feng was very busy. When he woke up early in the morning, he encountered more than 1,000 refugees going up the mountain. He wanted Li Gan to deal with them, but he didn't know what possessed him. A beggar's chicken had charmed him. He ran away before the sun rose, and he didn't know where he was. Even Go, Zi, Zhu, Zi, and the group of children who were in charge of distributing the porridge and food were nowhere to be seen. How could this not give Zhang Feng a headache? But this was good. Once this person came, Du Dabing would be busy and wouldn't have time to bicker with him. It was just that when he ran away, he took his blueprint with him. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng was lying on the table, working on the blueprint again. Just as Zhang Feng was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. He thought that Go, Zi and the rest had returned and were fanning him. "Go, Zi, the wind is stronger." "Oh right, where did that damn person go?" "I say, Feng Zi, who are you talking about?" At this moment, Li Shimon's voice sounded behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought he heard wrong. He turned around and saw that it wasn't Go Zi, but Li Shimon, who was fanning him while staring at his blueprint. "Lao Li? Old Wei? When did you guys come?" "Oh right, this is..." Turning around, Zhang Feng saw Li Shimon and Wei Zheng, as well as an old man with his hands behind his back, looking at the busy people outside. Li Shimon pointed at Sun Simiao and said, "Isn't this the miracle Dr. Sun Simiao you're looking for? When Li Gan found out that I was coming yesterday, he ran away. However, when I was at the door, I saw Dabing and the others." "But where did Li Gan go?" Li Shimon thought that something big had happened and wanted to show off in front of Sun Simiao. But when he went up the mountain, he didn't see him. Li Shimon couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He asked the moment he entered. But how could Zhang Feng care about this? He hurriedly pushed Li Shimon away and came to Sun Simiao. He bowed and said, "Student Zhang Feng greets Mr. Drug God." Only then did Sun Simiao retract his gaze. He cupped his fists and said, "Little friend is too polite. I've long since heard of your matter. To be able to take out 20,000 dan of grain to save the people from disaster at this time, little friend's courage is truly admirable. Elder son, you flatter me. I'm just trying to do my part." Seeing Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao talking back and forth, saying something neither salty nor light, Li Shimon and Sun Simiao were completely left to the side. They simply left the room and wandered around the construction site. "Old Wei, look at this thing. It's built so strangely." As soon as he left the house and wandered around the construction site, Li Shimon noticed something different. Logically speaking, the renovation of a house was nothing more than an earthen house, a brick house, or a wooden house. Although this was just laying the foundation, it seemed to be different from the house that the two of them understood. Li Shimon couldn't help but beckon Wei Shuyu over. "Let me ask you, what's going on?" Of course, Wei Shuyu knew what was going on. She told Li Shimon the whole story. When Li Shimon heard this, he couldn't sit still. He ignored Wei Zheng and hurried into the wooden house. At this time, Zhang Feng and Sun Simiao seemed to be discussing something. Zhang Feng even wrote something and handed it to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao looked at the piece of paper and didn't say anything. He just left without saying a word. Li Shimon asked curiously, "You can write prescriptions?" "How is this a prescription?" "This is just a recipe for ingredients. By the way, Lao Li, how come you have time to come here today?" When Li Shimon heard this, he sighed and said, "I'm here to send you food. Duke Chen learned about your situation and sent you 10,000 dan of food from Luozhou. I also got more than 10,000 chickens and ducks for you. These were originally from dealing with the locusts last time. Now that I can't keep them alive, I might as well give them all to you. If you like, I'll send you 30,000 pigs in a few days. These pigs are tubos." When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Lao Li, you really are my savior. With this batch of food and chickens and ducks, this problem is solved. Originally, I was worried that there wasn't enough food, so I could only ask the drug god to see if he could get something from this mountain and make a fuss about the porridge. But now, since you have food, I'll forget about my plan for the all-nourishing soup. This was really timely help. If it weren't for the 10,000 don of food, Zhang Feng would really go crazy. But now? With so much food all of a sudden, Zhang Feng was naturally overjoyed. However, Li Shimon's mind was full of questions. In the end, he asked the main question, Fengzi, where's Li gone? Why don't I see him? Did he go down the mountain again? No, but that kid disappeared early in the morning. I don't know where he went. When Li Shimon heard this, he was shocked. What happened? Zhang Feng spread his hands. How would I know? When he came back yesterday, he happened to see me cooking chicken. Then, he pestered me to call him. Who knows where that kid is now cooking chicken in some corner. Chapter 587. Li Shimon was angry. Suddenly, a burst of uncontrollable anger surged out of his body. What time was this? This was a time when the entire nation was suffering from hunger. Originally, they thought that the crown prince was actively dealing with this disaster. Moreover, during the morning court yesterday, he was so pleased. But what was the truth? Everyone was trying their best to settle the victims. What about him? What was the crown prince doing? Fengzi, you think about it first. I'll come to you later. I have something to do. Something to do? What's the matter? Zhang Feng was confused. Fine. Initially, he had wanted to ask Old Li to take a look at the blueprint and see what was wrong with it. But now, it had run away. And Li Shimon. How could he not run away? He was the crown prince. If Divine Doctor Sun were to see him wandering around here, the doctor would be busy to death, but he was, how could he? Although Li Shimon wasn't afraid, he couldn't stand the rumors. Li Shimon couldn't help but find a kid as soon as he went out. He took out a piece of corn bun and said, Kid, did you see Guzzi and the others? Li Shimon had seen the kid before. He used to play with Guzzi and the others at the entrance of Zhang Feng's tavern. At this moment, the dark-skinned kid's eyes widened when he saw the steamed bun in Li Shimon's hand. He pointed at himself and said, Grandpa, is this for me? Li Shimon wanted to vomit blood. But he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. As long as you tell Grandpa, this corn bun in Grandpa's hand is yours. The kid looked around and made sure no one was paying attention to them. Then he carefully asked Li Shimon to squat down and said, I told you, but you can't tell anyone else. They are getting chickens in that gully. And there are so many people there now. There are not enough chickens. Chickens. How dare he? Li Shimon had long known that the crown prince had messed around in Chang'an city. But that was before, so he could turn a blind eye to it. But where was this place? Although there were no spies here, the craftsmen all knew them. Moreover, how could he guarantee that Wei Shuyu and the others wouldn't spread the news? Or if the commoners saw it and spread it around, then where would Li Shimon's face go? Today, in the morning court, he had praised the crown prince for being sensible and knowing how to worry for the people. But now? What was he doing? Little Gizi, give me the sword. Li Shimon stood up, gritting his teeth as he growled. Little Gizi, who was following behind Li Shimon, shuddered when he heard this. Your Highness, there's no need for that, right? Let's go and take a look first. This child doesn't have any hair in his mouth. If we say, I said, bring me the sword. Li Shimon roared. Although most people didn't hear it. But Wei Shuyu and the others, who had been paying attention to this, could tell from Li Shimon's expression that something bad had happened. The few of them hurriedly gathered together. I say, brothers, what's going on? Why do I feel that Master Li's expression doesn't look right? Let's go and ask that child. He should have heard something. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Li Gan is going to be in trouble. The few of them waited for Li Shimon to leave, then grabbed the child and asked, "Let me ask you, what did that master say just now?" Little baby was scared silly. "He only gave me a steamed bun." "If you want to eat it, Wei Shuyu glared at him. "Let me ask you, what did he say?" "He asked me where Guzzi and the others went." "Then what did he say in the end?" The child thought for a moment and said, "I think he said something about his sister-in-law being so cheap." Sword. F***ck. Something King big had happened. The few of them knew what cheap meant. His Majesty was going to kill someone. Who was he going to kill? Could it be with a chicken? Hiss. Several people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly followed Li Shimon's direction and ran. This scene was also seen by Wei Zheng, who was observing and recording how Dugo recorded the disaster victims and how he distributed the food. He had originally wanted to make a complete copy of this and bring it back to Chang'an to use on Chang'an. But now, seeing Wei Shuyu and the others running wildly, and in front of them, Li Shimon was holding a shiny thing in his hand, and was taking large strides forward, they were instantly shocked. "Da Bing, come here quickly." Wei Zheng did not care about anything else. He hurriedly called out to Dugo and asked, "What's going on?" Dugo had been busy since he woke up in the morning. He did not even have time to pee, so how could he care about this? He glanced in the direction the few of them were running and said in a muffled voice, "They seem to be looking for that kid Li Gan. He disappeared before dawn. I don't know what he's doing." Wei Zheng's heart could not help but skip a beat. Something bad had happened. To make the emperor so angry all of a sudden, it meant that he could not care about anything else. Wei Zheng kicked the paper and pen in his hand into his clothes. He hurriedly lifted his robe and chased in the direction Qing Chumo and the others had run. The strange movement here finally attracted the attention of Sun Simiao, who was observing the cooking in the pot and a bowl of porridge with bone-strengthening powder. Seeing Wei Zheng in such a panic, he couldn't help but jump in fright when he took a closer look. He hurriedly beckoned to Dugo. "Kid, carry the old man and catch up with them quickly." Chapter 588. Although the word chicken was still very common in the Tang dynasty, it was still a very lowly thing. If it was an ordinary person, it would be nothing. But what was the crown prince of a country? He represented the imperial family. So many people were busy helping the victims of the disaster, but what was the crown prince doing? How could this not make Li Shimon angry? At this moment, Li Shimon was holding his sword with a frosty expression. Behind him, all the Jinwu guards were fan-shaped to protect Li Shimon from both sides. They also saw the anger on the emperor's face. Everyone couldn't help but sweat as they held the Modeo hidden in their robes. After Li Shimon circled around a mountain ridge, he saw a chicken pen made of bamboo that stretched as far as the eye could see. Not far from the chicken pen, there was a small stream that flowed from a cave on a mountain. A large group of people were gathered together, doing something unknown. In the middle of the crowd, Li Qingxian's eye-catching robe was recognized by Li Shimon and the others at a glance. Next to Li Qingxian was a banner with the words "Help the Victims, Chicken Dinner" written on it. Seeing these words, Li Shimon couldn't help but feel dizzy. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel their heads explode. What was the crown prince doing? He was King courting death. It was no wonder that the emperor was so furious. So that was it. While Xiao Gizi was shocked, he quietly whispered to a Jinwu guard, "Immediately go and ask Zhang Feng to come and save the emperor. If he plays, I won't let you off easily." When the Jinwu guard heard this, his legs trembled and he ran away in fear. How could Li Shimon care so much? He looked at Li Qingxian, who was lying on the recliner, waving a fan and drinking beer. He was so angry. "Lao Tzu hasn't eaten properly for 3 days, you unfilial son. What are you doing? I asked you to come here to let you learn Zhang Feng's skills. I thought you learned something, but this is what you learned? Unfilial son. Kneel down." Li Shimon finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He shouted angrily, raised his sword, and rushed down. Just as he was instructing Guzi and the others to skillfully pluck the feathers, wash the ducks, and wrap them with banana leaves, he faintly heard a loud roar. At first, he was slightly surprised. However, he didn't think much of it when he heard the noise of Guzi and the others. He thought that it was an auditory hallucination. Anyone would have an auditory hallucination in the midst of the buzzing of these hundreds of people. Juzi, you're mistaken. You have to put the seasoning into the chicken's stomach first. Otherwise, who can eat it if you make it like this? It's tasteless. And you, the few of you, are the eggs cooked like that? It's Juzi and Yu Huangzhuabang. Just as he was giving instructions to Sun Go, Zi and the rest of the group, a huge force suddenly smashed onto his head. Li Qingxian's head instantly became dizzy, and he fell heavily onto the ground. Unfilial son. What are you doing here? I'm going to kill you. Li Shimin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. From afar, Li Qingxian seemed to be lying there. However, when he got closer, Li Shimin only wanted to vomit blood. Li Qingxian was waving a fan with one hand and eating a big chicken drumstick with the other. That wasn't much. What was more hateful was that there were hundreds of people watching from the side. How could you have the nerve to eat it? Li Shimin pointed the sword in his hand at Li Qingxian's neck and shouted angrily, "Unfilial son, what are you doing?" Father, I'm cooking chicken. Pa. It would have been better if Li Shimin didn't hear it. Once he heard it, the sword in his hand slapped Li Qingxian's face from the side. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. When Xiao Gizi saw this, he hurriedly went forward to support Li Shimin and said, "Master, you have to take care of your body. Don't be angry. You have to listen to what young master is doing." "What is he doing? Do you think I'm blind and can't see it?" Li Shimin pushed Xiao Gizi away. At this moment, Wei Shuyu and the others also rushed over. When they saw this scene, they instantly had a headache. Damn it. This grandson, you motherf ***, what time is it now, and you're still having fun here? Even if you want to die, don't do it like this, okay? They couldn't help but rush forward to mediate the fight. "Master Li, please calm down and listen to what Li Qingxian has to say, okay? Li Qingxian hasn't slept during this period because of this matter. He's been dreaming about how to solve the food shortage problem all day long. We can guarantee that. Otherwise, why would we let him slack off today? He hasn't slept for the past few days, so we'll let him take a break today and have a good rest. Calm down first and listen to what he has to say." Plop. Plop, plop. At this moment, the commoners who were originally drooling over the roasted chicken and duck all knelt down in unison. Li Shimin was stunned. He raised his sword high and never put it down. Wei Shuyu and the others were also stunned. The two people who had just carried Sun Simiao over were stunned. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They saw the refugees uniformly kowtowing to Li Shimin and saying, "Master, please spare young master." Chapter 589. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "You all, get up first." "No, sir, if you don't put down the sword, we won't get up." An old man in the crowd walked to Li Shimin's feet with tears streaming down his face. He hugged Li Shimin's leg and sobbed, "Sir, although I don't know why you're so angry, this young master is saving our lives." Hearing this, Li Shimin could not help but be moved. He squatted down, personally helped the old man up, and asked, "Old Zhang, I would like to ask old Zhang to explain in detail. Speaking of the family's misfortune, this is my son. Originally I wanted him to come here. Sir, you've misunderstood the young master." The old man interrupted Li Shimin and pointed to the group of refugees behind him. "We came here yesterday. When we were looking for a house to build, we met the young master here. At that time, although we ate Prince Zhang's porridge, we haven't eaten for almost 10 days. How could that be enough? So we smelled the aroma and came here. Young master, you've been roasting chicken here since last night. Otherwise, this old man would have to report to the king of hell this morning." Li Shimin looked at Li Qingxian suspiciously. What's going on? Li Qingxian didn't dare to lie. He said, when I returned to the mountain yesterday, I didn't see Feng Zi, so I looked around. In the end, I found them roasting chicken here. This chicken is the most delicious chicken I've ever eaten. So I thought that if we don't have food to feed the chickens, a large number of them will starve to death every day. So I thought of using this method to divide the chickens and eat them. So I learned this skill from Zhang Feng and taught it to them. I remembered father's teachings and what Feng Zi said before. Give a man a fish, but don't teach him to fish. That's why I decided to roast the chicken for them to eat, and at the same time, I wanted them to learn some skills. Li Shimin finally understood after listening to everyone's explanation. Lao Li. You've wrongly gone. At this moment, Zhang Feng slowly squeezed his way through the crowd. When he saw the bloodstain on Li Gan's swollen face, he could not help but pat him on the shoulder. Next time when you do something like this, can't you at least tell me? Must I be tortured? As he spoke, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and said, You too. This is your son after all. How can you bear to hit him? All right. Since you're here, why don't you take a look at your son's chicken? What are you still standing there for? Go get the chicken for your father. Zhang Feng glared at Li Qingxian. Li Qingxian also came to a sudden realization. At this moment, the crowd burst into laughter. Young master, save the chicken but for me. No, the chicken in that pit has been cooked for a long time. Young master, take the chicken in that pit first. Otherwise, it will be burnt later. Young master, I haven't eaten chicken this morning. This time, save the chicken rack for me. I have to bring it back for my wife to taste. All right. Everyone here today has it. This young master. When Li Qingxian heard this, he turned around and wanted to boast that everyone present had it. However, when he saw Zhang Feng and Li Shimin's expressions, he hurriedly shrunk his neck and lowered his head to shout at the two of them. Why are you still standing there? Get the chicken. Several people hurriedly dug out dozens of basin-sized mud lumps from the fire pit. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Sun Simiao was also dumbfounded. Fengzi, what is this thing? Can it be eaten? Little friend Zhang Feng, what is this thing? Li Shimin and Sun Simiao asked almost at the same time. At this moment, when the refugees saw these mud lumps, their eyes instantly widened. This is beggar's chicken. I made it. Beggar's chicken? Li Shimin and Sun Simiao looked at each other, their faces full of question marks. Beggar's chicken? The crown prince was actually making beggar's chicken? What kind of scandal was this? Just when Li Shimin was about to get angry, Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and explained, Well, what I mean is that the method of making this thing is so simple that even beggars can make it. And as you can see, this thing doesn't need a stove. It can be made with local materials. It's a must-have for home travel. In his early years, Li Shimin often fought in the north and south. Basically, food was roasted on a fire or stewed in a pot. When had he ever seen something like this? Not to mention Sun Simiao. After entering the deep mountains and forests, he basically ate one meal after another. When there was food, he would either eat it raw or roast it on a fire. When had he ever seen such a cooking method? One was the emperor, and the other was the drug god. Not to mention that they had eaten all the delicacies in the world, they had eaten most of them. It was just that they had never seen cooking without rice. The two of them couldn't help but lick their lips when they saw Li Qingxian personally knock open the mud lumps and reveal the yellow chicken buttocks. After all, their stomachs had been filled with gruel for the past few days. Now that they saw such a magical thing, how could they bear it? Li Qingxian found 2 banana leaves for the 2 chickens and handed them to Li Shimin and Sun Simiao. Godly doctor, father, please taste this chicken. Chapter 590. Only then did Li Shimin notice that Li Qingxian's face was full of traces of being drowned. Even the hair on his forehead had been burned by the fire. Li Shimin didn't take the chicken. Instead, He helped Li Qingxian brush his hair before taking the chicken. He laughed and said, "Good, good, good. I'll also try the chicken you made. I'd like to see how much of Feng Zi's teachings you've inherited." Zhang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Lao Li, that's not right. What do you mean by that? You seem to be saying that your son is here to steal my teachings? Feng Zi, what are you talking about? Come, eat chicken. Come, this tastes great. I left it especially for you." When Qing Chumo saw that Zhang Feng was about to argue with Li Shimin, he hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and bent Zhang Feng's waist. Qing Chumo was already a little shorter than Zhang Feng. With this, Zhang Feng almost couldn't breathe. Zhang Feng finally caught his breath. When he saw the chicken but right next to his mouth, all the hair on his body stood on end. "No, no, no. I don't have the fortune to enjoy such a delicacy. If you like it, you can have it, you can have it." When Qing Chumo heard this, his eyes lit up. Just like that, under Zhang Feng's shocked gaze, he threw the chicken but into his mouth and chewed it deliciously. However, other than the yellow grease at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Feng almost threw up his dinner from last night. He hurriedly squatted beside Sun Simiao for protection. Sun Simiao ate very slowly at first. He tore off a piece of chicken breast and handed the rest of the meat to the old man who had just knelt at Li Shimin's feet. The old man was so touched that he thanked Sun Simiao profusely. "Don't be like this. I feel guilty." Sun Simiao patted the old man's shoulder and pulled him to sit down. He took the wine gourd from his waist and shared it with the old man. "Old man, where are you from?" "This old man is from Lantian." "Oh." Sun Simiao nodded. "Old man Lantian has been there before. That place is indeed very rich." Sigh. "It's all because of these locusts." The old man could not help but sigh. "Isn't that so? If it wasn't for that divine doctor's son using that magical herb to smoke the grasshopper to death, and then using the grasshopper to make it into an edible item for us to sell for a little money, this old man reckons that I would have starved to death long ago." Sun Simiao was stunned. He glanced at Li Shimin. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. He couldn't help but be enlightened. He had heard from Li Shimin about what Zhang Feng had done before. This kid didn't want to be famous, so he made such a fuss. But now that the medicine was born, he had to have a good reason. Thus, the emperor used his given name. He didn't know what was going on before, but last night, after a long talk with Li Shimin, he knew the truth. He couldn't help but cherish Zhang Feng's talent. But at this time, the chicken he was eating was no longer delicious. He sighed and said, "Old man, you're wrong. That medicinal herb was not made by divine Dr. Sun at all." The people who were fighting for the food, as well as the old man who was eating the chicken thigh, were all stunned. In the next moment, everyone was unwilling to accept it. "Old man, I thought you were kind when I saw your kind face. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Who is divine Dr. Sun? How can you be so filthy here? I think you'd better leave. If you don't leave, I think the thousands of people here will drown you with their saliva if this matter spreads out." The old man put down the chicken fiercely, but after thinking for a while, he picked it up again and left without looking back. Sun Simiao was helpless. "Old man, everyone, listen to me. This thing really wasn't made by this old man. Although this old man is well versed in medical books, this old man only understood the principle of such a magical thing after seeing this medicinal herb. You've got it wrong. This thing was made by this young friend. And the locusts and the fine salt you eat were also made by him." Li Shimin was helpless. He didn't expect things to be like this. But now that he thought about it, if this matter was spread out through the mouth of the divine doctor, it would definitely bring unexpected benefits to Zhang Feng. The people's hearts. At this time, the people were still a little confused. They looked at Sun Simiao and then at Zhang Feng. Suddenly, someone seemed to realize something. He looked at Sun Simiao and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask if you are Mr. Sun Simiao, the divine doctor?" Sun Simiao sighed, I don't deserve the title of divine doctor. However, this old man's name is Sun Simiao, and his surname has never changed. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly knelt down. At this time, Sun Simiao laughed and said, "Get up, all of you. You don't have to do this. I'm just a doctor. You should thank my young friend Zhang Feng. If it weren't for him, who would know what would happen today?" The people looked at Zhang Feng and then at Sun Simiao. They didn't know whether Sun Simiao was telling the truth or not, but when they thought that Zhang Feng could take out tens of thousands of grains to help them for free and also get the emperor's imperial edict to run a school here, they couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be? Was this really made by Zhang Feng? At the thought of this, the people fell to their knees again to thank Zhang Feng. Li Shimin looked at everything in front of him while eating the chicken. He patted Li Qingxian on the shoulder and said, "This chicken is so delicious." Chapter 591. Li Shimin was in a good mood. Especially during this period of time, this was the best time. Not only did he see the hard work of Li Qingxian and the rest of the next generation, but he also saw the true power of Zhang Feng. However, when he thought that all of this would belong to him in the future, Li Shimin's heart couldn't help but become excited again. Li Shimin was very excited. After personally cooking a chicken with Li Qingxian, he was in a good mood. "Come, all of you come and roast this chicken. I'll make the decision. Roast all of them. Everyone on the mountain will get one." When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes widened. He pulled Li Shimin to the side and hurriedly said, "Lao Li, are you crazy? Although your son is awesome, you can't spoil things like this, right? Do you know how many people are on the mountain now? If you eat it today, what will you do in the future?" Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and didn't say anything. He called out and everyone returned to the small wooden house. At this time, the news of Zhang Feng's salt production and Zhang Feng's rescue of the locust plague had spread like wildfire on the mountain. Everyone was so excited that it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Now that there was a miracle doctor and a rich man who gave each of them a chicken, everyone knelt down in front of the small wooden house and excitedly threw themselves into the construction work again. Not only did he save their lives with food, but he also took out all the chickens for them to eat. Not only that, if Zhang Feng didn't produce such expensive and cheap fine salt, they would still be jealous. Now that Zhang Feng was in trouble, if they didn't do their best to get this thing done, then were they still human? They weren't even worthy of animals. Animals also knew that after eating the food of the owner, they still had to follow the owner. Not to mention them, who were made of flesh and blood. At this time, after making enough noise, Li Shimin and the rest finally sat in the small wooden house, sweating profusely. "Lao Li, tell me. Although the food problem is solved now, we can't, I know what you want to say." Li Shimin waved his hand. Xiao Gizi hurriedly added, "My squire Li has already taken back all the chickens and ducks that were previously released outside Chang'an city. Not only are they being distributed to the people of Chang'an city for free, but half of the chickens and ducks are also being prepared to be given to brother Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng was stunned. His face was filled with disdain. "Half? How much can half be?" Li Shimin glared at him. "What? You think 300,000 chickens and ducks are too few?" Puff. Zhang Feng spat out a mouthful of beer onto Ching Chimo's mouth and hurriedly asked, "What did you say? How much? 300,000? Why are there so many?" Li Shimin felt helpless. "Isn't this your bad idea? At that time, when we were doing business with Tubo, we said something about exchanging things for food. This Tubo was like a madman. He was afraid that these things couldn't survive. Cows, sheep, and horses were fine, but these chickens, ducks, and pigs were all given to us. He only asked for 100,000 don of food." Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel dizzy. "Then, how many chickens and ducks do you have in total now?" Li Shimin was stunned. "Hey, old Wei, how many chickens and ducks do we have?" Wei Zheng was also stunned by the question. He hurriedly said, "Let me see." As he spoke, he took out a small red book that he always carried with him from his embroidered robe and began to flip through it. After a while, Wei Jing said, "Now, there are 475,600 chickens and ducks outside Chang'an city. Every day, thousands of chickens and ducks starve to death or are trampled to death by other chickens and ducks. The daily consumption of food is more than 10 don, hiss." Zhang Feng couldn't help but gasp. "My goodness, 470,000 don? Lao Li, did you rob Tubo? Otherwise, how could you have so many chickens and ducks?" Li Shimin was speechless and gave a wry smile. "How would I know? At that time, people in Tubo didn't have enough to eat, and countless people starved to death. How could there be such things as fodder that you made? So, under the wise decision of the current emperor, I happened to have some business with people in Tubo. So, they first said that they would leave the chickens and ducks with me. But in the end, didn't the plague of locusts break out? They simply exchanged these chickens and ducks for 100,000 don of food. If not, how could I be short of food now?" Li Shimin couldn't help but sigh. He miscalculated. At that time, if he had listened to Zhang Feng's words and gathered all the food in the country, how could there be such a field now? On the contrary, the chickens and ducks that were popular at that time had now become another problem besides solving the problem of food for the people. These chickens and ducks were far more than the so-called 400,000, and this was only the chickens and ducks gathered outside Chang'an city. What if the chickens and ducks in other places were added? How much would that be? Thinking of these chickens and ducks, Li Shimin began to have a headache. Damn it, it was really, damn it. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but pat Li Shimin's shoulder excitedly and said, "Lao Li, I have something to discuss with you." Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. "What's the matter? Give me all your chickens and ducks. Do you know this time, you've made a fortune?" Zhang Feng was very excited. Originally, old he and the others shook their heads and sighed that Zhang Feng was a fool every time they met. But they didn't know that although Zhang Feng had lost 20,000 don of food, after hearing that there were so many chickens and ducks at this time, Zhang Feng was very excited. Zhang Feng couldn't help but recite a poem again. "One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup be empty against the moon. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent." Chapter 592. Li Shimin obviously didn't understand what Zhang Feng wanted to do. For him, these chickens and ducks were still manageable for the time being. However, if all 200,000 chickens and ducks were to be driven to Shao Mountain, it would not be a small problem, but a big problem. Now, these chickens and ducks were all fat and strong. Even the piglets, who were usually as thin as firewood, were now as strong as calves. This was the problem that Li Shimin had a headache. But now, looking at Zhang Feng's appearance, he seemed to be very excited. This made Li Shimin confused. "Fengzi, are you okay? What do you want to do with these chickens and ducks?" Sun Simiao couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't speak. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and waved at Chingchumo. Chingchumo instantly understood. He rushed out of the door excitedly. This scene made Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and Sun Simiao even more confused. What was he doing? Did this kid want to? Just when he was confused, Chingchumo came in with 2 bowls of steaming porridge. "Master Li, you have the porridge. Dr. Sun, have the porridge." Looking at the oily layer of grease on the bowl and the smell of bone-strengthening powder, Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. "This is made with bone-strengthening powder?" Zhang Feng didn't speak. He just signaled Li Shimin to take a sip. Li Shimin and Sun Simiao subconsciously took a sip. Then, both of them couldn't help but frown. "Master Li, there seems to be something else in this porridge besides bone-strengthening powder." When Li Shimin heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but frown. He took another sip and stirred it with the spoon. "Yes, this porridge is thicker than normal porridge. This is the effect of the bone-strengthening powder. However, it shouldn't be this thick. Moreover, after eating it, there's a taste of muscle. However, there's a faint foul smell. However, after being mixed with pepper, the foul smell has been reduced, but it has become another exquisite taste. That's right, said Zhang Lisheng. That's right. Sun Simiao nodded. This old man also tasted a few medicinal herbs in this congee. Li Shimon's eyes lit up. Speak your mind. Sun Simiao slowly drank the porridge bit by bit. He couldn't help but finish the entire bowl of porridge. Then, he closed his eyes and savored the taste for a long time. Occasionally, he would pick up the bowl and sniff it. This seems to have added star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaf. Am I right? Sun Simiao asked as he looked at Zhang Feng with a burning gaze. Zhang Feng could not help but give him a thumbs up. Dr. Sun is indeed Dr. Sunday. You can taste the essence in a bowl of porridge. That's right. In this porridge, not only did I add muscle, but I also added pork and bone-strengthening powder. Laoli, do you still remember what I said before? These chickens, ducks, and pigs are good stuff. Even if this locust plague is over, these things will still make us rich. Do you still remember? Li Shimin nodded. Zhang Feng had said that before, but now, other than eggs, who would be willing to eat chicken? Even if those people were willing to eat it, although the chicken was good, they only had so little money. It wasn't even enough to buy food. Who would buy chicken with that money? There was nothing to feed their own chickens. Who would buy chickens if they ate them? Wouldn't that be a fool? However, this was what he thought at that time. Now, Li Shimin picked up the bowl in shock and tasted it again carefully. He couldn't help but be a little shocked. At this moment, Sun Simiao couldn't help but laugh. Wonderful, wonderful. Little friend, this old man has learned a lot today. This bone-strengthening powder and fried locusts, there is no need to talk about them. Although this old man doesn't know the essence, this old man has drunk that thing before. Drinking it can indeed make one's body strong, and there are no side effects. It's like eating a caddy of meat soup. At this time, this star anise leaf and other herbs also have a very good effect on improving the digestive system. It can even make blood. On the other hand, this thing also has a very good effect on covering the fishy smell. Let's not talk about the chicken. Let's talk about the pork. Although pork is slowly making its way into the rice bowl of the people, this thing has too strong of a taste. In the end, it's difficult to be elegant. However, these few herbs have changed the ingredient itself, allowing it to perfectly integrate with this porridge. Although this old man still doesn't know the essence of this thing, I'm afraid this old man won't be able to understand it in his lifetime. However, after trying a bowl just now, this old man's stomach tells me. How is it? Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others asked eagerly. Sun Simiao thought for a moment and said, if this old man's guess is right, this bowl of porridge is worth more than 10 copper coins. What? Li Shimin couldn't help but jump in fright. How much did this bowl of porridge cost? However, after thinking about it, he couldn't help but nod his head. The value of this thing really was more than 10 copper coins. Sun Simiao said again, however, this thing is still unknown in terms of its value, but in terms of its practicality. What does everyone lack now? What they lack is food. Therefore, if this bowl of porridge was eaten by someone else, it would last them an entire day. If the officials here could eat 2 bowls of porridge a day, I guarantee that they would all be fat and strong after a month. Chapter 593. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. Dr. Sun, are you sure this bowl of porridge can be so magical? How can it not be useful? Zhang Feng was speechless. I say, old Li, you're actually suspecting me now? You know I'm doing this for this thing. Look, my hair is a little white. While speaking, Zhang Feng pointed to his hair. Master Li, we all saw this. Ever since the imperial edict was issued, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he locked himself in his room for 3 days. We thought something bad had happened. So this is what he was doing. Wei Shuyu patted her chest loudly. At the same time, she finally figured out what this kid was doing before. Zhang Feng glared at Wei Shuyu. Do you think I'm the same as you? This is a big thing. If it's not done well, it will be a mess. You can forget about sleeping. This thing needs to be prepared in advance, understand? Wei Shuyu and others touched their heads with a confused look. What do you mean by prepared in advance? Zhang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he chose these idiots who had nothing to do, wouldn't it take hours to explain to them? Get out of here and do your work. It's almost time for dinner. Have you completed your task today? If you haven't, you're not allowed to eat. Hearing this, they scurried away. At this time, there were only 4 people left in the room: Wei Zheng, Dr. Sun, Li Shimin, and Zhang Feng. The 4 of them looked at each other. Finally, Sun Simiao asked, I've always had a question. Why did you ask me to come up the mountain this time? I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said, this time, I asked you to come here for this bowl of porridge. If it weren't for Lao Li's 10,000 dan grain and these chickens and ducks, there would really be a big problem this time. But now that we have these things, I boldly asked Dr. Sun to find some herbs on this mountain. Sun Simiao couldn't help but wonder, then why are you looking for herbs? Yes, Fengzi, why are you looking for herbs? Tell me, what do you want? Where do I have the 1,000-year-old ginseng that I've been collecting for a long time? You. Before he finished, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, you forgot that your son has already lost the 1,000-year-old ginseng to me. Li Shimin's eyes went black, and he almost fell to the ground. When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? Last time when we were playing mahjong. Zhang Feng ignored the dumbfounded Li Shimin and continued to look at Sun Simiao, who was stroking his beard. Dr. Sun, this bowl of porridge actually has a name. I call it medicinal cuisine. This thing can not only be used on ordinary people, but it can also be used on rich people to treat their illness. Sun Simiao was a little surprised. He didn't know the specific effects of this thing, but this medicine could be mixed with ingredients. This was a method that existed since ancient times, but there weren't many that could really achieve the balance of yin and yang. However, in this bowl of porridge, if some other medicinal herbs were added, such as the Hautuinia herb, and some other things, then this bowl of porridge would really become a bowl of medicinal cuisine with extraordinary value. Sun Simiao couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng, a little dumbfounded. Little friend, I wonder where you learned your skills from? Hearing this, Wei Zheng hurriedly touched Li Shimin to wake him up. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Old mister, you don't have to do this. These are all things that my master occasionally mentioned when he was teaching me. Hearing this, Sun Simiao was a little surprised. This was just an occasional mention. Could it be like this? If he were to seriously study medicine, what would happen? May I ask? Well, don't ask. This is a sad thing, I don't want to talk about it. It would be strange if he could explain it clearly. He had heard of this man's name in the future. He was simply the second Tang Seng. No, the second was Du Dabing. That guy was really poisonous. Li Shimin couldn't help but say, Dr. Sun, Zhang Feng's master has gone to travel, maybe. So if he doesn't want to talk about it, you don't have to ask. There are many wonderful people in this world, but we can't meet everyone. Although we can't meet his master at this time, I think this porridge of Feng Zi will definitely become a good thing. Li Shimin couldn't wait for a long time. Now that Sun Simiao had said so, it must be true that this thing was definitely something good. Then, the most important thing now was, Li Shimin wanted this thing. He didn't want to make a fortune with this thing, but if this thing could be used on the disaster victims in the world, although there wasn't much bone-strengthening powder left and it couldn't be used everywhere, there couldn't be more chickens, ducks, and pigs. Once it was added, then, Li Shimin couldn't sit still. He said, well, Feng Zi, you also know that there are disasters everywhere in the Tang dynasty now. You don't want to see all the disaster victims come to you, do you? So, Feng Zi, can I make a deal with you?